There's Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward. He told us all about their love story in Studio 1A. That's coming up. Plus, we spoke to the cast of Rutherford Falls about Native joy and telling Native American stories. And later, we're going to close things out on the show today. We've got a glimpse at a 12-year-old Daniel Radcliffe as he was just adjusting to newfound Harry Potter fame. All that coming up. But first, here's today's Pop Start headlines. First up, Steven Spielberg. We teased that the legendary director, known for bringing Hollywood's most iconic stories and sweeping landscapes to life on the big screen, recently took on a much more intimate project for the very first time in his career. Steven Spielberg directed a music video, and he released the project yesterday with Mumford & Sons singer Marcus Mumford.
Wow.
Now, they shot the video earlier this month in a New York City high school gym. Spielberg's wife, Kate Capshaw, is credited as the producer, art director, and dolly grip. The song's called Cannibal. Let's take a look. Well, it's a razor-thin line between genius and, I mean, that could be
us.
A kid, right, on an iPhone, but that's Steven Spielberg.
On a rolling surprise he's not doing a music video.
That song is fantastic, too. Marcus Mumford opening up about this insane career milestone when he wrote on social media, when people get it, it blows my mind. Kate and Steven just got it, and I can't thank them enough.
Cool.
Okay, pretty cool. Now an exclusive reveal in Pop Start this morning. Today's launching a brand new digital cover series, and who better to help us reveal this debut edition than our inaugural cover star herself, Issa. How are you?
Issa. Our cover girl is here.
By the way, we haven't seen it. Let's drum roll, please.
Oh, yes.
Let's debut the. There it is.
Oh, I'm
Look at
sorry.
you.
And it's in motion. It is so beautiful. Tell us about doing this cover shoot.
This cover, like, I hadn't done any photo shoots in like 6 months. So we ended, or probably longer. We ended the show in December, and this was such an amazing experience. We got to shoot it in a house outside in the beautiful LA weather, and it was just, you know, the photographer. Shout out to her,
Beautiful
she just killed it. So
Congrats on Insecure, by the way, is the show. If people don't know, it was fantastic.
Thank
It was a
you.
big hit.
Yeah, I know.
Thank
I was just telling Hoda this morning, I've never seen anything like this. It almost reminded me, the writing is beautiful, the pictures, and as you're scrolling and reading the article, you see these videos and these
In
the photo
motion.
shoot. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, thank y'all for making me your first cover.
Yeah.
You open up really personally in this. I mean, that's really unusual for you. What made you decide
You know,
to do it?
Sylvia is one of those interviewers who just, it's like talking to your girlfriend, so she caught me a couple moments, giving a little too much, so, you know.
A couple hours later, you're like, what did I say?
Yeah, what did I say? I wasn't even drinking.
Well, you're going to be joining us a little later on the fourth hour to talk some more, Issa. We're so happy that you're here. Congratulations. Wait, is this your first anniversary coming up of your marriage?
You know, it is. It is.
wow.
Happy
anniversary.
Thank you. Yeah.
That and
Happy
a
early
billion
anniversary.
projects.
Yeah, I made it. That's one project in and of itself.
You can read the full story, by the way, at today.com. And we have some more headlines for you, including Harry Styles. Remember when the Golden Singer rocked our plaza back in May? It was so much fun to have him here. Well, I hope you were taking diligent notes when he was here, because next spring, Texas State University is going to offer a course all about Harry Styles. That's right. Pretty soon, students at the university are going to be up late night talking about cramming for their Harry Styles finals. That's right. Professor Louis Dean Valencia is scheduled to introduce the new class exploring all things about Harry's music and the impact that he's had on the modern celebrity, on today's culture. So, Professor Louis, feel free to add this Pop Start Plus to your syllabus. And for what inspired this, the Texas State staffer told our Austin affiliate that he's been a big fan of Harry since his One Direction days. By the way, this continues that trend of pop stars leading the college course catalog. You might remember earlier this year, NYU launched a class about Taylor Swift. Look, this is one way to get kids to go to class, that's for sure. All right, next up, the Great British Bake Off. On your marks, get set, musical? Yeah, it's happening. The beloved UK baking show is headed to the stage. Bake Off, the musical, is set to make its debut across the pond next week. Based on the famously friendly competition show, audiences will recognize the show's endlessly overheated Great White Tent. Plus, it's going to feature the types of Bake Off characters that we've all come to know and love, especially Savannah Guthrie. The surprisingly young superstar. There's the grandparent with decades of experience. How about the quirky baker who steps outside the lines? Now we just need to know if there's a song about soggy bottoms or a ballad for Paul Hollywood's coveted handshakes. All that you'll figure out. Bake Off, the musical, scheduled to run from July 22nd. Again, this is over the pond to August 6th. And there you have it. The latest that you'll need to know, at least for today. Still to come, Ethan Hawke opens up about his new docuseries. It's really fascinating, bringing recordings, actual recordings of icons Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward to life. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Ethan Hawke's latest project centers on the partnership between actors Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward that includes a star-studded list of actors who read transcripts of real interviews. Earlier today, Ethan stopped by Studio 1A to tell us all about it.
Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward were two Hollywood icons who shared a rare 50-year marriage. Their real-life story just as captivating as the decades of performances in movies and TV and on Broadway. Well, Ethan Hawke is the director behind the epic 6-part series, The Last Movie Stars. It uses transcripts from lost Paul Newman interviews, and it illustrates the couple's incredible story. He cast some major A-listers to narrate the project, including George Clooney as Paul Newman. Take a listen.
The glue that held Joanne and me together was that anything seemed possible. With all other people, some things were possible, but not everything. The promise of everything was there from the very beginning.
Okay, Ethan, welcome in. This project is so unique and epic, I feel like. You had a treasure trove of interviews that came from transcribed tapes. And basically the Newman family, Newman's daughter, came to you and said, here's my parents, please make something with all this.
I know, it felt like a giant responsibility. I mean, I really was desperate to say no.
Yeah.
You know, because I knew how much work it would be and what a huge responsibility it would be. But I'm too much of a sucker. I'm a romantic, and I grew up loving and adoring them. And I felt like people were kind of forgetting about what a miracle they were, what amazing artists they were. They lived substantive lives. They were good citizens of the world and the community. They took care of each other. And it felt like a great moment to say, no, it can be done. It can be done. We can love each other. We can take care of each other. We can live good lives. And we can have a great time while we're doing it.
Well, we learned so many things in this. Number one, when everyone thinks of the two of them, we think of Paul Newman as the big star. But that wasn't how it started, was it?
He was her boy toy boyfriend at the beginning. You know, I mean, she won the Oscar. She was heralded as, Hollywood's shining light. Three Faces of Eve blew the world away.
Yeah.
As a young woman. And it took him a little longer to find his stride. But shortly after they married, then The Hustler came out. and his career broke, and then he blew up.
You know what I love about this? Because we hear about the love story of Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward, and you actually hear it in their own words. I mean, these are tapes. They've done lots of audio tapes that were transcribed.
Yeah, Newman was trying to write a memoir, and so he and Joanne hired their best friend, who's named Stuart Stern, who he wrote Rebel Without a Cause and a lot of great movies, and he was a really close family friend, and they did interviews with everybody in Paul and Joanne's life. And then Paul abandoned the memoir and abandoned the tapes, but they had them transcribed. So I got my actor friends to read some of these, to reenact these interviews.
Wow.
And I built basically the spine of the documentary is all these lost interviews of their closest friends talking about them.
I thought what was fascinating about the memoir that Paul Newman was thinking about was I didn't realize that Paul Newman had been married before.
Yeah.
That he had a wife and a family when he met Joanne Woodward.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that this beautiful marriage was born out of, from scandal.
Yeah.
But Paul's generation, it was a tough time. I mean, he came back from World War II.
Yeah.
As soon as he arrived, he went to do a play in summer stock and fell madly in love.
Yeah.
And before he knew it, he had 3 kids with somebody he didn't know very well, and he was running a sporting goods store. And then that wasn't his true self. He wanted to be an actor, and he wanted to be an artist. He moved the young family to New York, met Joanne backstage. They were both understudies, around the corner from here on Broadway. And his life changed so dramatically. It was unrealistic to think he was going to, something like this couldn't happen.
Something like this would happen.
Yeah.
When you think about him, he's known for those piercing blue eyes and that sex appeal. But it's funny that he didn't think he was so sexy. We learned that.
He says that, Joanne created that image. And I think that what he means is he respected her so much, and her confidence in him kind of taught him who he could be. Her belief, and they did that for each other. He directed her in many, many projects. They took turns nurturing each other. Who was the rose and who was the gardener, so to speak.
Well, I thought it was fascinating, Ethan, just how revealing Joanne was. Revealing in those tapes about her reluctance to have children. She didn't think movie stars made good moms. Yeah. And she said the words aloud.
I know, we're not allowed to say things like that, even though we all think it.
Yeah.
I know. But I felt if an actor was going to make a movie about actors, that we needed to tell the truth. And I think that Joanne, when she talks about parenting that way, she loved her children, and she loved being a mother to them. But my interpretation of her going all this is that she really wanted to remind young women what it was that they were giving up. That her life, she got strong-armed into a certain lane.
Yeah.
Her whole dreams of being the movie star that Paul got to be were really pushed aside, and that's what society does to a lot of young women. She was warning them, hey, before you go gonzo in love, make sure you know what you're doing.
And I think the end of their life was fascinating, that she had dementia, he had cancer, and yet in the end, she was distant from him because she didn't, I guess, she was in that different state, but she ended up going to him in the end, as their daughter described, and seeing him take his last breath.
It's so beautiful. Death and illness always strikes us as sad. And what I really wanted to do is focus on their life.
Yes.
It's a life well lived, and their life together in their 70s was the best time of their life. She's running a theater company.
Yeah.
She's really her fully realized version of herself. They're giving away hundreds of millions of dollars. He's doing Color of Money, Verdict, Nobody's Fool, some of the best work of his life. And when you think, right around the corner from here is the Actors Studio. And Paul Newman, Joanne Woodward were in class there with James Dean, Marlon Brando, Marilyn Monroe. And when you look at their peers in their 70s were not in full blossom the way Paul and Joanne were.
Well, Ethan, this is an incredible project. It is unique. It's all by itself. You have George Clooney, Lara Linney, and so many others. Congratulations on this. We encourage people to check it out.
Yeah, I'm grateful to all my friends for helping. I'm so grateful. And thanks for having me on your show.
You can check out all the episodes of The Last Movie Stars. It's streaming this Thursday on HBO Max.
That's such a cool concept. Great to have Ethan here with us, telling us all about it. You can catch The Last Movie Stars on HBO Max on July 21st. Coming up next, Ed Helms and the rest of the Rutherford Falls cast on how the show tackles representation.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Rutherford Falls chronicles the goings-on in a small northeastern town that borders a Native American reservation. The show's been getting touted as being very breakthrough in its representation on camera and behind the scenes, with 6 Native writers, and the cast spoke to us about why their storytelling is so important.
Rutherford Falls, in a nutshell, is...
It's a small northeastern town with some kind of colonial pride that exists on the border of the fictional Minneshanka reservation. The communities interact with each other, and they work together, and they have conflicts as well.
The show kind of dives into the politics behind whose land is whose and who founded the town.
I think it is something where it's like there's a wonderful small town comedy, but within that there's incredible themes of revisionist history and native joy and reclaiming identity and redefining identity. It's a really, there's a lot of complex themes, but that just gets delivered in a palatable, lighthearted, hilarious, and heartfelt comedy.
A bunch of years ago, Lawrence Rutherford wrote and signed a legally binding agreement with the Minneshanka. That's why this town exists. That's why all of you exist. Okay? Lawrence Rutherford is our forefather. He's our Adam and Eve, our Tigris and Euphrates. And that statue, which sits on my family's land, commemorates all that he gave us. You don't get that, well, you're just an ungrateful boob. Yeah.
I think in season 1, we, explored the Nathan character and this concept of his legacy. We kind of blow it up by the end of the season. And you also watch characters like Terry and Regan really level up and get what they've been sort of fighting for many, many years. And so in season 2, it's a real kind of fun exploration of what does it feel like when you're starting from scratch and you have to kind of build a legacy for yourself, and then also what happens when you do have it all and get what you want, and is that sometimes harder than having to start over again. We really leaned into the ensemble. I feel like we really got to explore and find out how funny these characters are and different dynamics that we enjoyed and dynamics we hadn't tried yet. And so it's a real sort of, there's a lot of romance and a lot of silliness this year, and I'm just really excited for people to see it.
I think that comedy is inviting. To generate laughter for people is a gift. I think also, specifically for Native people and Native storylines, we have been relegated to drama historically in this industry. And so it's been actually very fun and easy to elevate us into a comedy space and to utilize the writing of other Native comedians and non-Native comedians.
I always think of this quote from Judd Apatow where he said, when someone's laughing, it's the only time I'm sure that they don't hate me. And so, or something like that. I might have butchered it a little bit, but it speaks to a greater beauty and truth about comedy, and especially comedic storytelling, which is you can tell stories about awful characters or characters that make awful mistakes, and Nathan certainly is that, and Regan is that at times. But if you're keeping the audience laughing, then they're also kind of empathizing, and they're also connecting, and they're not hating that character for making these mistakes. And that's, I think, a very powerful thing that without articulating it that clearly, we have strived for in making Rutherford Falls.
One of the details that I love this season, I mean, the show in general is so great, and it's Sierra spearheading, obviously, but all of the writers, there's 6 Native writers on the staff, and all of them as well, are reaching out to their communities to bring in art from their various communities and just sort of connections that they have.
As an Indigenous actor, frankly, as an actor of color, I think Hollywood positions us to be sort of, in a way, guardians of cultural authenticity. With Rutherford Falls, I was placed in a position where I didn't have to do that. The writing was authentic. The writing came from our communities. So that allowed me to sort of just really be a better actor. To be very clear, all the success, that I've had, as an actor, being recognized for my work on season 1, came because Sierra and the rest of the creators were shouldering the load, carrying things that would allow Jana and myself and the other Indigenous actors to really just level up. So I'm so grateful for that.
I feel like when it comes to Native stories on television that's made by non-Native people, there's usually an element of hold for applause, or it just feels like homework, and you're just like, oh god. And we always were let's avoid kind of feeling, at every turn. And so in our lives as Native storytellers, I find that often very complex things will happen to us, and they'll be coupled with comedy. And I always was if we could just tell our story as we experience it, I think people will not only get a real view into our experience, but they'll also be very entertained and will find it funny. Once Native people are in on the joke, it's a really wonderful experience for any viewer coming into the show.
Well, it is important. That was awesome to hear from those folks. We should mention Rutherford Falls is available on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal. Still to come from our vault, Daniel Radcliffe at just 12.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Daniel Radcliffe's 33rd birthday is this week, so we thought it'd be a good idea to take a little journey back in time. to the very start of Daniel's career. He spoke with us at Today during the release of the very first Harry Potter film when Daniel was just 12 years old.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Well, let's talk about the whirlwind your life has been recently. Yesterday was the premiere here in the Big Apple. A week before that was the London premiere. Red carpets, flashing lights, entertainment reporters. I mean, what was it like?
It was pretty scary, but it was really good fun. And everybody there, like Chris Columbus, he was there and he just makes you feel like really at ease.
Was it exciting though, just to kind of finally, I mean, this was the product of 9 long months of very hard work, frankly, by you and the rest of the cast and everybody involved in the picture. So it must have been just wonderful to kind of have the weight off your shoulders and be able to sort of have a good time.
It was fun, but I was quite nervous, but it was very cool.
You were nervous
really
about how the movie would be received, or just all the attention?
I was kind of just nervous about like seeing all the photographers and everything like that. I was kind of nervous about that.
Yeah, the paparazzi, they can be a little overwhelming, I'm sure, especially for someone who's 11 years old. You're still 11 or 12? When did you turn 12?
July 23rd.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's my daughter's birthday. Happy birthday. Anyway, let's go back, because I know that at first, I feel it right now, Dan, as you must understand, I feel like the official Harry Potter historian / Warner Brothers flack. But having said that, I know all the whole story, and I know your backstory, which was there 2 months before shooting, there was no Harry Potter. Thousands of kids had auditioned, and the director, Chris Columbus, said, "Get me that kid from David Copperfield," right? Tell me how they discovered you and why they went after you so enthusiastically to play Harry Potter.
I have no idea.
Well, obviously, they're pretty captivated by your performance in David Copperfield.
I really don't know why they chose me, but I'm glad they did.
And at first, your parents weren't that enthusiastic, right?
They only had one concern, and that was because I've been up for David Copperfield and I've been up for Taylor of Panama, and on both of those, I kind of had a tendency to get my hopes up, and they knew that there were thousands of boys going up for the part, so they didn't want me to get my hopes up and then be disappointed, so they were just protecting me.
And they were, though, once you did get the part, they were pretty excited, as you were too.
We all were.
I know that when you were first tapped to play Harry Potter, you hadn't read the books. But after you got the role, you quickly devoured them and fell in love with them like so many other kids. What was it about the books that you found so great?
I think it was the fact that I think not only myself, but I think everybody can relate to Harry in some way. And I think as well, it's the idea of magic. When magic kind of comes to life, there's so much opportunity for absolutely anything to happen. And I think I kind of like to read about what could happen if magic really came to life.
And Harry Potter, in a way, is sort of the ultimate underdog. I mean, you really push for him because his lot in life is pretty tough. In fact, we have a clip. This is where Harry Potter, we see he has a very sad life, living under the stairs in his mean aunt and uncle's house, the Dursleys. They sound mean, the Dursleys, don't they? Yeah. And he starts to realize he has special wizard powers. Let's take a quick look at a clip.
Excuse me. Could you tell me how to get onto the platform? Not to worry, dear. It's Ron's first time to Hogwarts as well. Now, all you've got to do is walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Good luck.
It's the Hogwarts Express. That's not the Dursleys at all, Dan. I'm so sorry. Anyway, you did a great job as Harry Potter. I know you're already shooting the second film, and the first one opens this Friday. Thanks so much for coming by. Great to see you again, Dan. We appreciate it.
And a happy early birthday to you, Mr. Radcliffe. And there you have another Popstar Plus comes to an end. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We're going to have more things that you're going to need to know. Until then, have a great day. See you soon.
and welcome to Shark Watch Today, our special all about one of the ocean's most iconic predators. You guessed it, the shark. I'm Kerry Sanders. Over the years, I've been lucky enough to cover some incredible stories about these formidable creatures. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll share some amazing survival stories from folks who have encountered sharks in open water. When you think about sharks, the first thing that comes to mind might be the Steven Spielberg classic Jaws, a movie so realistic it actually convinced some people to stay out of the water. But while they might seem scary, sharks actually play an incredibly important role in our ocean's ecosystems.
Watch out, Chris. You got it.
Mary Lee.
Give her a line if you have to.
And Catherine are great whites.
It's a female. We got good water flow in both gills.
Captured.
Lift it up a little. Let's put the accelerometer on.
Tagged with electronic transmitters.
She's a thick girl.
And then released.
Good luck, old girl.
I am ecstatic. They've been bait and switching with us all day, playing cat and mouse, and finally we got one.
For the last 3 years, every time their fins break the surface, scientists with OSearch get a ping revealing locations. So popular is this first-of-its-kind data, Mary Lee Shark now has a big following on Twitter. The Mary Lee Shark family just hit 70,000 followers. Somebody break out the bubbly.
And there she is. That's Mary Lee. That's the famous Mary Lee that everybody's paying attention to right now. Why are we so fascinated? Because it's a white shark. White sharks are the most charismatic, and now we're following one, we're spying on one, and she's tweeting back.
Since Mary Lee began transmitting, she's traveled an astonishing 20,207 miles, and Catherine, 13,679 miles. In all, 53 great white sharks tagged and transmitting. But so far, no discernible pattern.
Now we're getting a sense of the scope, at least, of their movements, and they're far more dynamic than we ever thought.
From the coast off Nantucket, south to Miami Beach, and into the Gulf of Mexico, we now know great whites are frequently just yards from the beach. A Pew Charitable Trust study says an estimated 100 million sharks are killed each year by commercial fisheries. At that rate, a third of all the 500 shark species are threatened with extinction, including, some fear, the great white. Sharks have a reputation for aggression towards humans, but when you actually look at the numbers, well, there's very little reason to fear a shark. In 2021, the International Shark Attack File reported only 73 confirmed unprovoked attacks by sharks on a human around the world. But the unlucky few who have encountered a shark have a harrowing tale to tell. A summer of sharks up and down the eastern seaboard.
Oh my God.
This morning, Jordan Pushinsky is recovering after a terrifying incident on Ocean City Beach last week.
It felt like something ran into my legs and I ran out and I find blood everywhere.
The 12-year-old receiving 42 stitches from the first non-fishing shark bite in Maryland's history. In a community on Longboat Key, Florida, sharks in the backyard canals.
Sharkland.
Janelle Branauer has lived here for 15 years, but she's never seen anything like this.
There was just thousands of them. It felt like you could walk across the canal on the backs of the shark.
All seeking refuge from a deadly red tide, which saps oxygen from the salt water that sharks and all fish need to survive.
We had a lot of bonnethead, we had a lot of nurse sharks, and then a few lemon sharks. Lemons are like the most aggressive.
In Panama City Beach, this hammerhead chasing fish came frighteningly close to an unsuspecting swimmer before darting away. Surf instructor Atsushi Yamada was bitten on the leg while teaching surfing to kids on Tybee Island, Georgia, a region with 3 reported shark bites in the last 2 weeks.
I feel like I got hit by a baseball bat.
Up north, a string of shark sightings off Long Island.
You saw a fin, you could not mistake it.
Further off the coast, remarkable drone footage as sharks feast on millions of fish. In Cape Cod, the Atlantic White Shark Conservancy confirming multiple white shark sightings.
As we go August and September, that is, when we see some of the peak white shark activity.
The group tracks the ocean's top predators as part of its research and conservation efforts.
White sharks are spending a good amount of time in waters that are, about 15 feet of water or less at times.
As beachgoers soak up the rest of summer, scientists say to remember, risk of a shark bite remains extremely low.
They have no interest in people or anything our size as food. Sharks in our waters are a sign of a healthy ocean.
We're happy to report that our story aired. Jordan's doing great since the incident and recently graduated from 7th grade. Way to go, Jordan. While Yamada has struggled with PTSD since his attack, he's still a surf instructor and says that he is, I quote, still thinking about the shark who attacked me. Since they began keeping shark attack statistics back in 1882, Volusia County, Florida, has been deemed the shark attack bite capital in the world. More shark attacks there, 337, than anywhere else in the world. Experts say it's a case of geography. The sharks like to swim in that area, and also it's where we ran up with Maggie Crum, who was bitten by a shark.
Right there is the stitches.
A 9-year-old Ohio girl has a terrifying tale to tell classmates about what she did on her summer vacation.
I got bit by a shark.
Maggie Crum, in Florida with her family for the first time, was in knee-deep water when she felt something tug at her leg.
It felt like a grab at first, and then it just ripped into the skin, and that's when it hurt and felt like a bite.
Her parents learning New Smyrna Beach is the shark bite capital of the world only after they arrived.
We didn't tell the girls in an effort to keep them going to the water. And we talked about it, and they said, there's no sharks that shallow. There's nothing to worry about.
When Maggie screamed, her mother thought she was faking until
she lifted her leg out of the water, and I saw blood running down her leg. I was like, let's get out of the water.
A firefighter and paramedic, she knew it was no joke.
With as big of cuts as was in her back of her leg, we knew right away it was a shark.
Maggie got 12 stitches.
You can see the circle how big their mouth was.
Already this year, at least 10 people have been bitten by sharks off New Smyrna Beach, including 5 in the last month alone. As for Maggie, this 4th grader has a new necklace, a new scar, and the courage to go back into the water.
Because what are the odds that you're going to be bit twice?
I asked Maggie about the possible fears of getting back into the water, and she said, I'm going to quote her here, the chances of getting bitten by another shark are a big fat 0. Now, when we come back, we'll hear from more survivors, including a father whose swift action likely saved his son's life.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Welcome back to Shark Watch. If it seems like the last 2 decades have had an increase in documented shark attacks, that's because they have. Marine biologists speculate that higher water temperatures are bringing the fish closer to shore, which brings the predators closer to the food source, and in this next case, closer to an unlucky tourist in waist-deep water. The aftermath was captured on camera, so we should warn you, this is somewhat graphic. Mark Bowden leaving a Miami hospital, remarkably walking on his own after a shark bit into his right leg. The gash so deep it cut well into his muscle.
It just felt like something punched my leg really hard.
The 31-year-old not so lucky he was attacked, but very fortunate Miami Beach Ocean Rescue was there within moments. Mark's girlfriend holding his leg and hand.
I was super worried.
After several anxious minutes on shore, Mark even managed to make Maria smile.
He made a joke and I said, man, this is happening. I can't believe it.
On vacation from Santa Rosa, California, Mark was body surfing when it happened.
I didn't feel pain, but I guess it was a duller feeling. You know, I've read that sharks' teeth are so sharp, it's like a surgeon's scalpel, that it was just a really clean bite.
Would you say that was the case?
I would say that was the case, and I'm sure a little bit of shock, too.
Brant Davis, visiting from Pittsburgh, was swimming nearby.
He asked me, hey, did you feel that? I did not realize he just got bit by a shark. It happened that quick.
Mark told me he feels lucky he didn't lose a leg or worse.
Afterwards, they were saying it was probably a black tip because they saw some drone footage of some black tips in the area.
Black-tip sharks are common along the coast here with 3 rows of razor-like teeth. The predators can grow to more than 6 feet in length, often swimming close to shore in search of food. Did you see bait fish around there when you got hit?
There were a lot of fish in the water. In California, like I surf and swim, and we don't have schools of fish like that. I didn't know that was something to look out for.
For others on the beach, the attack reason enough to go no further than the sand.
It makes me kind of fearful to get in the water. I don't really want to swim anymore. It's kind of dangerous.
I don't think I can stay out of the water. I think at some point I'll be going back in.
Since our story aired, we reached out to Mark, and he says other than being a little more cautious when swimming in the ocean, he has had no long-term effects from the shark bite. Now, after healing, he returned to running his organic tea company, Tea and Trumpets, which he still runs to this day. Since 1837, there have been 107 unprovoked shark attacks in South Carolina, to date making it the 4th most likely state in the United States for unprovoked shark attacks, following Florida, Hawaii, and California. North Carolina follows closely behind with 76 recorded attacks. One of those unlucky few was 16-year-old Nick Arthur, whose life was saved by his father's quick thinking. It started out just like any other day at the beach for 16-year-old Nick Arthur from North Carolina. He and his sister were jumping over waves on a sandbar just 25 feet from the shore on the Outer Banks near Cape Hatteras when Nick started screaming. The family spoke to WGHP.
So I tried lifting my leg up out of the water, and I saw, oh my God, it's a 5-foot-long shark attached to my leg.
His sister swam for help, and their father came to the rescue.
My hands were bleeding, and it was just lots of blood and sand all mixed together. I couldn't really see what was going on. My fingers were all scratched up. I was trying to pry its mouth open.
They were both hitting the shark, but when Tim Arthur kicked its nose, it finally let go. 40 teeth puncture marks on Nick's leg. He survived the attack, walking away with scratches to his hands, stitches to his leg, but no serious damage. In another close encounter earlier this month, 2 fishermen were surprised by a great white shark circling their boat near Ocean City, Maryland.
It's just a massive animal.
Despite their presence, fewer shark attacks have actually been reported this year, according to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, likely due to beach closures during the COVID pandemic. There are, on average, 80 shark attacks each year.
The odds, I always say, are really, really, really low.
So far, just 18 documented shark bites have been reported worldwide, with at least 7 in the U.S., including North Carolina, Florida, Hawaii, California, and Delaware. While shark attacks are rare, they can be deadly.
Male with a shark bite, not conscious, breathing.
Just last month, surfer Ben Kelly died from leg wounds after he was attacked by a great white shark just 100 yards off the coast of Santa Cruz, California. As the summer heats up and beaches continue to reopen, experts say it's always important to be within range of someone who can assist you.
No one thinks it's going to happen to them until it happens to them.
For today, Kerry Sanders, NBC News. So remember, always swim in groups as sharks are more likely to attack a solitary individual. Avoid swimming near bait fish where sharks might be feeding. And remember that sharks are most likely to feed at dusk and at dawn. Coming up, we'll hear a young girl's remarkable story of survival after losing part of her leg to a shark bite. And later, how one mom's romantic getaway turned into a living nightmare.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this? This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Shark Watch. If you're heading to the beach this summer, you're not alone. Some of America's most popular beaches receive an estimated 19 million visitors annually. Teenager Paige Winter was enjoying a day at the beach with her family when the unthinkable happened. Take a look.
I'm not alone.
17-year-old Paige Winter lost her left leg and 2 fingers when she was attacked by a shark in these waters off North Carolina.
I want people to see that I'm doing all right.
Today, just 12 days later, amazingly upbeat.
When I was in that water, I was like praying. I'm like, I'm 17. I got so much to do.
Today, her dad, Charlie, recounted his fight with the shark, pulling Paige from its jaws.
It was just an immediate dad thing. I grabbed her with my left arm, and I pulled her up over the water. And when I pulled her up, a shark came up with her.
He struggled to shore, his daughter in his arms.
And I don't think I've ever told any of my children I loved them so much so many times.
As a paramedic, he knew stopping the bleeding was vital. Doctors say the 2 most critical factors to Paige's survival, her courageous father and a belt used as a tourniquet. Paige's nurse says her patient is brave and determined.
She looked at me, she goes, okay, we're gonna get out of this bed tomorrow.
Paige remains an advocate of marine life. On social media, her hashtag is "Sharks are still good people." The fight to survive, fueling a teen with an unstoppable attitude.
I'm gonna be able to do just kind of like everything.
Kerry Sanders, NBC News, Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Paige's father says she's been through a lot and is doing great, graduating and heading into the workforce. And he says Paige still loves all animals, cats, cows, and yes, even sharks. Still ahead, a young mom who nearly lost her life when a shark attacked her while snorkeling in the Bahamas. We'll be right back.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Shark Watch. In 2017, 32-year-old Tiffany Johnson and her husband were on vacation in the Bahamas. They paid passage in one of those small charter boats to go about 2 miles off the coast near Paradise Island. They decided to jump in and go snorkeling, and that's when Tiffany felt something on her right arm. Here's her story.
And it didn't hurt, it honestly felt like I had bumped into something. I just kind of turned casually to see what I bumped into. And when I turned, I was face to face with a shark.
Within moments, Tiffany says the crystal clear Bahamian waters turned murky with her own blood. But surprisingly, Tiffany told me she felt no pain.
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here. He's not going to take my life.
As she screamed for help, her husband jumped in.
I seen her and half of her arm was gone, so I figured it was a shark, but the only thing that's in my mind was going out there to save her.
Together, they made it back to the boat, James pushing his wife up to the deck.
And I'm just praying at that time that the shark's not following us.
The mother of three, 20 minutes from shore with an arterial bleed that could cause death within minutes, gave her husband very specific directions that may have saved her life.
I was calm. And I told him, go get something, go get a towel. I have to wrap it up.
For her to be able to keep, her calm during that whole time, I've never seen anything like it.
I closed my eyes and I just began to pray hardcore prayers.
Remarkably, still conscious, Tiffany made it to the hospital in Nassau for surgery. Behind the scenes, frantic efforts were made to arrange a medevac flight to the Carolinas Medical Center in Charlotte, where Tiffany had another life-saving surgery.
It's just a limb. I mean, I'm here. He has me as his wife. My kids have me as a mother, and I have my family, and I'm alive. So I'm grateful for that, for sure.
Really a remarkable story. And just a few weeks ago, Tiffany, was back in the water, snorkeling again for the first time since her accident 5 years ago. You go, Tiffany. Now, also in the Bahamas, seasoned diver Jonathan Hernandez was attacked by a shark while spearfishing. He credits the speedy medical attention given to him by his fellow fishermen with saving his life.
I got hit so hard from behind I thought the boat had run me over. I immediately looked to my left side and the shark was right in my face.
This morning, a Florida man is telling his amazing survival story after a terrifying tussle with a shark in the Bahamas.
I was able to get away. I was kicking away. I looked in the water and I could see that my calf was hanging and gushing blood into the water.
Jonathan Hernandez, a professional boat captain and fisherman, was spearfishing in the waters off Abaco Island when a shark came out of nowhere.
It all happened so fast. It was kind of a blur of white water and fins and thrashing.
I'm going to lift my leg up if you want to just pull the tape off.
An experienced diver, Hernandez told his fishing buddies to quickly make tourniquets out of weight belts.
The fact that the tourniquet went on within 60 to 90 seconds of the actual attack was probably the single biggest factor in why I'm sitting here talking to you today.
I believe this is his top jaw, and this on the side is going to be his bottom jaw.
His frightening attack happening just days before a California college student was fatally attacked while snorkeling with her family. Witnesses say this is the tiger shark that attacked 21-year-old Jordan Lindsay. A family spokesman telling NBC News they are still in a state of semi-paralyzed shock. Jordan's family now focused on getting her body home to California. Hernandez blames the recent attacks on popular shark feeding businesses in the Bahamas that let tourists have up-close encounters with sharks.
They're associating humans with getting food, and it's making it very dangerous to be in the water, whether you're spearing or you just happen to be snorkeling near where they're feeding them.
Spearfishing, of course, does come with a level of risk because sharks are often looking for the same fish as prey. So a few tips. Always dive with a buddy, avoid murky water, and deposit the fish you catch in between catches back in the boat. Now, another sport with a risk of shark attacks, surfing. From 20 to 2019, a majority of the unprovoked attacks occurred while victims were engaged in activities like surfing, water skiing, windsurfing, boogie boarding, rafting, or just floating on inflatables. Austin Reed was one of them. This morning, a young surfer is recovering after a terrifying attack.
I thought the shark was about to go into a frenzy with all the blood in the water.
19-year-old Austin Reed seen here entering the water at North Carolina's Ocean Isle Beach just 30 minutes before the vicious predator, presumed to be a shark, bit into his right foot.
It was a lot of pressure on my foot, and it kind of tugged me down.
The grip released, and Austin's friend helped him swim to shore.
We're on the Ocean Isle Beach. We got a shark right here. My mom's a nurse. She's down by him. She's trying to help him.
Austin's mother, Kim, a registered nurse, made a tourniquet out of a beach towel as paramedics rushed to the scene.
My ER brain went, oh, it's just his foot. I'm like, any arteries, he's going to be okay.
Here in North Carolina, Austin's doctors say that those bite marks are consistent with the bite from a very large shark. That would make this the second shark attack here in just over a week. The first one was just up the coast in Fort Macon State Park 8 days ago.
There has been a shark attack. There's somebody in the water bleeding.
17-year-old Paige Winter suffered devastating injuries to her leg, pelvis, and hands. The severity of the attack ultimately forcing doctors to amputate her leg. And just over 2 weeks ago, 65-year-old Thomas Smiley was attacked and killed off of Kanapali Beach in Maui. In 2018, there were 32 shark attacks recorded in the U.S., a decline from 53 the year before. For Austin Reed, neither injury nor fear will keep him from the ocean.
I got bit by a shark, and it got me pretty good, but I'm still going to go out in the water just because I love to do it.
Since our story first aired, we found out Austin is pursuing a career in medicine and currently works in the same emergency room where he was taken to after his shark attack. Wow. Now, while it may seem like I've covered quite a few shark attacks in my day, the odds of experiencing an attack yourself really are low. According to the National Geographic, the odds of dying from a shark attack are 1 in 3.7 million. To put that into perspective, a person has about a 1 in 15,000 chance of being struck by lightning in their lifetime. So don't be afraid to keep enjoying our incredible oceans. Well, that's our show. We hope you've enjoyed some of these amazing survival stories. I'm Kerry Sanders. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little.
Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Sponsored by Walmart.
Whether you're vegetarian, vegan, or just trying to add more veggies into your routine,
we've got 3 awesome dishes you are going to love.
These vibrant recipes are full of flavor, and we promise you won't even miss the meat. I'm making my fully loaded Taco Supremes.
and I'm taking a classic eggplant parm sandwich to the next level with crispy garlic bread.
And I'm making gluten-free noodles with a spicy peanut sauce.
It's time to set the table and get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I'm going to say something that may shock you. I love fast food tacos. That's right, I said it. I know it may sound crazy coming from a vegan chef, but it's absolutely true. They're crunchy, savory, and with the little sour cream, chef's kiss. Today, I'm recreating that drive-thru experience at home with a little vegan twist. And there's something else I really love about fast food taco places, their wacky sides. So let's get this taco party started with my crunchy, spicy potatoes. So I have one large russet potato, and we're gonna dice these into small cubes. So you cut your thick slabs, and now we can cut our cubes. The smaller you make them, the faster they'll cook and the crispier they'll be. So now we have our potatoes, so we're gonna get them into a bowl and start seasoning them. So we're gonna whip out my trusty masala dubby. So this is how we traditionally store all of our dried spices at home. So we're gonna add a whole bunch of seasonings to this. First and foremost, some chili powder. You can make these as spicy or as mild as you'd like. I obviously like them very spicy. Some cumin powder because we like that nice smoky flavor. Some unsalted taco seasoning. 2 big pinches of salt. And then a little secret ingredient, black salt. And then a little bit of olive oil. And then some black pepper. And then we toss. You wanna make sure all the pieces are coated well. Now we're gonna take these over to the air fryer. So we're just gonna get our potatoes right into the basket. Just make sure to spread them out evenly so they all cook. Now every air fry is different, but I'm gonna cook these at 350 for 15 minutes. All right, it's time to make our taco meat. You guys ready? We're gonna first start with dicing 1 onion. And this could just be a rough chop, as long as it's all the same size. Great, so we got our onions chopped. And next we want to mince up 2 cloves of garlic. Then we have 2 chipotle peppers in adobo. This is very spicy, but it adds a ton of flavor. So we're just gonna run our knives through the pepper. And again, just a rough chop. This is a little messy, so if you wanna wear gloves, you can. But I like to live on the wild side. So the key ingredient to our taco meat is actually chickpea flour. So we call this basin flour at home, and all it is are dried chickpeas that have been ground down to a flour. But the fun thing about this is it's packed with protein and really absorbs any flavor that you add to it. So I love using this for my meat substitute. We're gonna get our nonstick skillet hot. We're gonna get some neutral oil in. Just coat the bottom of the pan and let that heat up. So you add in your cumin seeds whole, and once they get fragrant and pop for about 30 seconds, we know we're ready to add our aromatics. So we're gonna go in with our onions. Love that sizzle. And add in your garlic. Make sure to get it coated with the cumin seeds and the oil. And at this stage, we also wanna add a little bit of salt to help release the moisture in the onions. Okay, so now that the onions have sweated out and they're translucent, we're gonna go in with our chipotle. Spicy. Now that we've gotten our aromatics and our chilies in there, we're gonna add in our chickpea flour. So for this, we actually wanna reduce the heat just a bit to about medium-low because we want to toast the flour a little bit before we add in our water. Just give that a good mix. So while this cooks down, there's one more seasoning we need to add from our masala dubby, and that is our Mexican seasoning. Depending on what type of Mexican seasoning you're using, it might look a little bit darker or lighter in color. My final ingredient is lime. You always have to add a little bit of acid to anything spicy that you're making to ensure that the flavors are balanced. And give this a little squeeze into our taco meat. This is smelling amazing. I'm gonna get all of my toppings so we can finish up our tacos.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
So what makes a taco truly supreme are all of the delicious toppings. So we have diced tomatoes, some sour cream. This is vegan sour cream. Yup, there's tons of variety of vegan sour cream available, and they're all delicious. We also have some vegan cheddar shreds. They also have pepper jack, they have Monterey. Basically anything that you could normally get as a cheese shred, you could get vegan now. All right, let's build our tacos. So we have our cute little shells here. And first we're gonna add our taco meat. So you wanna make sure to get a generous amount of filling. We don't wanna be stingy here. These are supreme. Next up is our vegan sour cream. So let's just take a little dollop right in. Next, our iceberg lettuce, and then our tomato and some of that vegan cheddar. And if you want, a little squeeze of lime and some fresh cilantro. Look how cute this looks. I'm gonna make a few for you guys at home. And we can't forget about our crispy potatoes. So grab a spoon, all of those crispy, spicy taters into a bowl. And to top these, we're gonna add a little dollop of vegan sour cream. Which one should I go for? I think I'm gonna do the middle one. You know what I love about this? Is that there's so many flavors going on, especially within our meat. It's smoky, it's spicy, and then you have the freshness with all the supreme toppings. It's just like a flavor explosion because it has a lot of different textures. This doesn't taste anything like fast food. It definitely tastes better.
Growing up, my family was obsessed with 3 things: sandwiches, garlic bread, and chicken parm. So today I am making a recipe inspired by all 3 of those favorites. First things first, the star of the show, our eggplant. So let's get to slicing it. I'm just going to slice off the top and the bottom. And we are going to slice the eggplant into 1/4 inch thick pieces. So I always like making sure that I have a sharp knife whenever I'm cooking. And I'm always going to make sure that my hand has a good claw going so I can easily grasp that large eggplant. So we're going to lay all of these out in a single layer. And don't worry if they get too close, they're all pals here. And we are going to take them and give them a nice showering of salt. And if you are someone that doesn't want to salt your eggplant, that's fine. You don't have to. I just find it's going to be a little bit crispier that way. Whenever I'm salting something, I love to salt it from nice and high up, and I'll essentially wag my fingers back and forth. And the reason why is because we want to make sure we're getting a nice even coating, and the higher up, the more evenly it will fall. So we're just going to let this hang out for about 5 to 10 minutes so that all of that water can come up and out of the eggplant. And while that's hanging out, let's get started on our garlic. What makes this garlic bread so amazing is the toasted garlic. So what we're going to do is we're just gonna take a nice heavy bottom skillet. We are going to add that garlic right in, and we are going to add in this neutral oil. We're using neutral oil here because it has a higher smoke point. So while we are cooking it, we, first of all, aren't gonna need to worry about smoke going everywhere. And second of all, we are going to infuse that garlic into the oil itself. So we're gonna be left with this amazing garlicky oil that we are then going to fry our eggplant in. It's a double win, and it's a one-pan situation. So what's not to love? It's just joy all around. Let's get working on our parsley, fresh flat leaf Italian parsley. I just like twisting off those leaves and tender stems, okay? Oh, it's already smelling amazing in here. I wish smell-o-vision were a thing. We're working on it. We'll get back to you on that. So with this big bunch of parsley, we are just going to take it and bunch it into a tight ball, okay? And then claw situation here. And you're just gonna take your knife and rock it back and forth to get these really finely chopped pieces. It's important that you have a sharp knife here, because if you're using a dull knife, what's gonna happen is everything's gonna kind of bruise a bit. There you go. So as you can see here, our garlic is getting super toasty. We don't want it to get too golden too soon. So some of them are starting to get a little bit more golden than the others, which means they're just telling us, I'm ready for the next step. So we will just take a couple of them out, the ones that look nice and golden. So what I like to do is I just like to turn off the heat, and there's going to be some residual heat that hangs out in this pan that's going to continue cooking these cloves. These are looking stunning, absolutely gorgeous, like they just have a fresh tan, went to the tanning salon, they're ready to rock. So we're going to take our slotted spoon and very carefully drain out that oil by lifting those cloves out, giving them a little shake. Let's put them all on this board and get to work smashing these cloves. Okay, these are looking really good. Look at that paste and look at the colors. I'm excited. Here we go. Parsley and garlic, pick that up, pop it into the bowl. Next up, we're just gonna swap these trays around so that I can bring all of my fabulous butter ingredients and bread ingredients a bit closer. The star of the show, unsalted butter. We wanna make sure that it is unsalted and softened so it can easily mix together. Another thing is Parmesan, this beautiful, freshly ground Parmesan, is salty naturally. So we are going to just take our spoon and just start mixing everything together. Put in some work. Okay, our butter is done. It's looking absolutely stunning, if I do say so myself. And next up, ciabatta. Okay, palm of your hand, place it flat on the top of the bread. We're using a serrated knife here, which has these little teeth in it. And the serrated knife is going to allow us to cut through this ciabatta beautifully. Boom, look at that. I have a little offset spatula here. It's gonna do a nice job of helping us spread everything evenly, but let me tell you, if you just use the back of a spoon, that will absolutely suffice. I know this seems like a lot of butter, but I promise you, with the thickness of the bread, it is going to be just right. Guess what time it is? Oven time. We are going to pop it into a 425-degree oven, so make sure you preheat that before, for about 5 to 6 minutes until it is nice and golden. Our favorite color, golden brown. While that bakes, I'm gonna clean up a little and get ready to fry my eggplant. We're using the same oil that we used earlier for the garlic, so it is infused with that delicious garlicky flavor. It is shimmering, which is what we're looking for. We want it to be at about a medium-high heat, and then we're going to very delicately lower our eggplant into that oil. And we're just gonna cook this in batches. We're gonna cook it for about 3 minutes per side. And since eggplant is really spongy and porous, it's going to want to absorb even more of that oil. So to make sure that we have a nice crispy eggplant, we're gonna drain it on some paper towels. Okay, these are done. We are going to transfer them to a paper towel and get to work on our next batch. Look how gorgeous and golden these look. I'm going to clean up and get the rest of the ingredients for our sandwich. What I like to do with burrata is I like to take a paper towel and very delicately lift up this beautiful ball of burrata, which is basically like mozzarella's sassy sister, I would say. So we just take that ball of burrata. We are going to very delicately open it up, and look at that. It is so creamy and delicious. I didn't say this was gonna be a very neat experience. This is a get your hands dirty kind of sandwich, my friends. We are going to layer on our eggplant, and we're just going to kind of shingle it, because this is really acting as our meat layer. So we really wanna make sure that there is a nice substantial amount of eggplant here. Next up, our warmed sauce. More cheese. It wouldn't be an eggplant parm sandwich without more parm. And last but certainly not least, some fresh basil to brighten everything up. Depending on how big your ciabatta loaf is, you can cut this into 4 to 6 slices. I'm gonna cut it into 4 slices today. Are you kidding me? Gorgeous. And now there's only one thing left to do, and that is to take a bite. It is so good. This is messy, but it's hearty. And it is delicious. And it is the ultimate eggplant parm sandwich on garlic bread. Is there anything on my face? I'm sure there is. And I don't care.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. What is We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Plant-based eating and plant-dominant eating is more popular than ever these days. And let's face it, when you eat more veggies, you feel better, so it's a no-brainer. This spicy noodle dish is vegetarian and gluten-free, so it checks a lot of boxes if you have folks in your family that have different dietary needs. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to make our sauce. And this is the perfect balance of sweet and salty flavors. So I'm gonna add a little bit of sugar. This is some brown sugar, but you can add some coconut sugar. Also gonna add in some water. This is some low sodium soy. Next, we're gonna add in some peanut butter. And be sure that you get the all natural peanut butter, not the kind with the sugar in there. And then some red chili garlic sauce. If you don't have this, some sriracha will also do just fine. Then we're gonna add in some lime. Give this a good whisk. You're going to mix it up until it's nice and smooth. And if you need a little bit of help, you can put this into the microwave for about 15 seconds. Okay, now let's move on to our noodles. These are rice noodles. Some of the fresh rice noodles, though, you only have to blanch for about 1 or 2 minutes in some hot water. These are a little bit different. Going to take a little bit longer to soak and to soften. And don't worry if they're not all the way soft after about 20 or 30 minutes, because we're actually going to cook everything together in a pot, and that's going to loosen them up as well. I'm going to just push these down, make sure they're completely submerged in the hot water. Now let's move on to the star of this dish, and those are our amazing veggies. I love having a 3-color rule, and my 3-color rule is whenever you eat a meal, you want to have at least 3 different colors, and those colors have to come from legumes, grains, veggies, or fruit. We've got a beautiful red cabbage. Gonna slice this up. Gonna slice this in half, one more again. Cut out the core here, middle. And if you haven't already, if this is fresh out of the grocery store, just peel back that first layer, just in case. Moving on now to our carrots. We're gonna julienne these. So get yourself a little carrot peeler or your veggie peeler, and just shave down the outside of them. And then we're gonna chop this. So 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. And then put your knife right there on the side of it, and you're gonna cut very thin slices of carrot. And then we're gonna stack the pieces on top of one another, just like this. They should lay flat. And then we're gonna move on to the green onion. Now, scallions. You know what? And looking at this, I think our noodles are done. Let me just go ahead and, yep, see that? So I'm just gonna drain these in the sink. All right, noodles finished. Back to the veggie chopping. Purple, orange, green. Let's get a little bit of garlic action in here. Mince this up really finely. There we go. Garlic finished. And let's roll up some cilantro as well and dice that up as well. Okay, so we have all of our veggies cut. Let's move on to the tofu. Now I've been letting this rest between 2 plates to squeeze out the excess moisture. Straight out of the package, it's just packed with a ton of water and liquid. And you want to be able to squeeze out that moisture because we're gonna saute this, and it will not saute if it's just really watery. And I usually press mine for about 30 minutes, but you can also do this overnight in the fridge. And then we're gonna slice this in half and then into small cubes. All right, so we are finished prepping our ingredients. Let me go grab the skillet and cook all this gorgeous food up.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. when you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
All right, so we're gonna fire up our skillet. This is a nonstick skillet. I'm gonna put it on medium heat. First thing we're gonna do is cook up our egg. I'm gonna be using whole eggs. There we go, whisk this. I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of oil. This is some avocado oil. You know I love the avocado oil being from Texas. And in go the eggs. Doesn't take eggs long to cook at all. And just scramble them up just like this. I take them off the heat just when they're almost finished so that way I won't overcook them. I'm gonna give it a little bit more spray with some avocado oil. And in goes the tofu. Ooh, I love that sound. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Got some low sodium tamari. I'm gonna just sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Look at that. You can bring it up. Look at that, and all of a sudden, look at that color. Beautiful color. You can bring it up. Let's set this back down, and we're gonna let this rest unbothered. But I'm gonna take a little bit of coconut oil here. Just a little bit, you don't need much. Let that melt. All right, in go the aromatics with the onion, carrot, and our chopped cabbage. It's gonna give us a good toss. Now, here's my rule about cooking up vegetables. You want them to wilt down a little bit, but you still want them to be crisp. And you want them to have a lot of color, right? So I don't wanna cook them down so much that I lose the beautiful vibrancy of this, is because that still represents nutrients, antioxidants, fiber, and all those good things, right? Looking great. Now, I'm gonna add in the garlic now. I'm adding in the garlic afterwards because I don't want the garlic to burn and get really bitter. Next, we're gonna add back in our protein. This. In go the eggs. In goes the tofu. We got protein on protein here. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really nice. Let's add in our rice noodles. And you don't wanna overcrowd your skillet, so you may have to do this part in batches and just toss everything together. I like using tongs at this point because you can better mix the ingredients together. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in some bean sprouts, pop of color, cilantro, and we're gonna pour in just a little bit of our sauce. Just keep tossing everything together. I like to stir this for about 2 to 3 minutes, let those flavors really melt together, and then we're gonna plate it up. And don't let it fool you, this is spicy. We're gonna add a little bit of crunch factor with some peanuts. I like to add just a little bit more cilantro, some fresh lime juice, and in personal preference, I like to lift up the flavors just a little bit with some lime zest. Ooh, and there you have it. Look at this beautiful rainbow noodle bowl with spicy peanut sauce. This is such a delicious, hearty, filling dish. Plant-based eating is not all rabbit food. I know you and your family will enjoy this spicy peanut sauce in this amazing rainbow noodle bowl.
Hello and welcome to our special dedicated to one of the planet's most intimidating creatures, the shark. I'm Kerry Sanders. They've been around us for millions of years, but sharks are still so mysterious. Over the next half hour, we're diving into their habits and what makes them so fascinating. These days, it seems like we're seeing sharks more often. The number of shark attacks was up in 2021, and 40% of them happened in the waters off of Florida. But experts say there's a logical reason why. Take a look. This morning, as many Americans plan a warm winter getaway, if you're headed to the beach, take note. Shark attacks are up, according to new research. There were 73 attacks in 2021, and in the year before, just 52. That's a 40% spike.
We just look at unprovoked bites where people are minding their own business, swimming or surfing.
Gavin Naylor is the director of the Florida Program for Shark Research. Naylor says with fewer people at beaches because of COVID lockdowns, shark attacks had dipped significantly in 2020. So the increase is actually a return to normal pre-pandemic numbers, like in 2019, when there were 64 unprovoked attacks. So as we see more people in the last 12 months or so going back out, going to the beach, there's a correlation to the encounters with sharks?
Absolutely. We believe that shark bites are really just the consequence of the number of sharks in the water at the same time as the number of people in the water.
Of those 73 attacks last year, 9 were fatal.
It felt like a slight push and like a sharp mosquito bite.
Newman survived a terrifying attack off the California coast. He had been snorkeling, fishing for crabs, when a great white bit. 9 people died in shark attacks last year. You could have been one of those. It was close.
I'm super lucky. So yeah, like it is kind of a reality, and it's like a scary fact.
Nemanja says he has a scar but no limp, and he's returned to surfing and crabbing. The majority of shark bites happen off Florida, and many involve black-tip sharks, which migrate south close to shore. Still, experts say attacks are very rare. There's no reason to think that if we're in the water, they're hunting humans?
Absolutely not. No. If sharks wanted to hunt humans, it would be so easy for them. We'd have thousands of bites every week because we're such easy targets for them, like little sausages in the water.
Again, the experts say sharks are not interested in humans as food, but that doesn't mean a shark sighting isn't terrifying. NBC's Emily Akeda has a look at what happened when a monster, 1,000-pound, 12-foot great white swam through the Jersey Shore this spring.
It was the end of April, about 10:30 at night, when off the Jersey Shore, the tracker pinged. A 12-foot-long, 1,000-pound great white shark was on the move, cruising up the East Coast on the hunt for seals. But normally, the massive creatures don't swim that far north until June.
Sometimes they take a shot at it because maybe once out of every 10 years, it's warm enough up there where they can move in and eat seals starting a month early.
But when he hit the cold water, the great white thought twice and turned back south again to North Carolina. His name is Ironbound, after the island in Nova Scotia where the research group O-Search first tagged him.
He is a determined, young, mature male trying to make his way in the white shark world, and he has the attitude to do so.
Since late 2019, Ironbound has traveled 13,000 miles from Canada down to the Florida Keys, where just like the snowbirds, great whites like to warm up in the winter. And while 12 feet may sound gargantuan, they can get a lot bigger. Check out this one, deep blue, caught on camera in Hawaii. Forget for a moment the fearlessness of that diver and look at the size of the shark, 20 feet long, weighing 2.5 tons. The great white population has been rebounding for the last 2 decades. Cape Cod, Massachusetts has become a hot spot. Lots of seals, lots of whites. The backdrop for that Hollywood classic. At least 47 people were attacked by sharks in the United States last year, including a California surfer and a 12-year-old girl swimming off the Maryland coast.
It felt like something ran into my legs and I ran out and I find blood everywhere.
In 2020, a great white killed a woman off the coast of Maine. But oceanographers stress that shark attacks are rare and this predator is vital.
Well, they manage the ocean system, and if the ocean system's not working, we die. And these guys are the system managers. So if they thrive, we thrive.
Where is Ironbound right now? Well, you can actually follow his movements on OCEARCH's tracking system. Keep in mind, great whites return to the same summer feeding spots very often, so Ironbound will likely be passing through these waters again and again. When we come back, we're hunting for shark teeth, but not from just any shark, the granddaddy of them all, the megalodon. We'll be right back.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Shark Watch Today. Did you know sharks are constantly losing their teeth? So the next time you go looking for shells on the beach, keep an eye out because sharks' teeth are everywhere. But imagine coming across a shark's tooth that belonged to the shark the size of a school bus in Florida and other parts of the country. Well, if you look really hard and get lucky, you could walk away with a piece of shark history.
It's the making of hair-raising movies. No. Apex predators lurking in the oceans, waiting for that precise moment to make a move, to attack. The megalodon, one of the largest predators to ever roam the depths of the ocean.
What was a megalodon?
They were the tough guys of the ocean.
And although some people think they've seen one, today this species is extinct. Zach Franaka has been searching for the past on the seabed for over 40 years.
You're holding a piece of history. And if you're willing to search and brave the waters, you can be rewarded, and this is proof.
Megalodons lived approximately 16 million years ago. They were as big as a school bus and weighed over 50 tons, nearly triple the size of today's great white sharks, surviving on early species of dolphins, whales, manatees, and seals.
Are we sure that there are no more megalodons out there? This is ancient history?
Yes, the shark has been extinct for millions of years, but there are still people who would love to believe, and probably do believe, that the megalodon exists in the depths somewhere.
On this day, Venice, Florida, the shark tooth capital of the world, is our spot for some digging. So where are we?
So we are getting ready to pass Snake Island, and we'll be making our way west out of the Venice jetties.
And the hunt is for
megalodon teeth.
That's right, teeth. Some sharks have 7 rows of teeth that continuously push forward and fall out. It's the biggest shark that nobody's ever seen. It's called the megalodon. Extinct, but it left behind some fossils, and we're going in to find some. About 15 feet down, we spot what we set out to find.
What is that? I found the tooth to a megalodon shark.
Just out here in the Gulf of Mexico.
Just out here in the Gulf of Mexico.
Waiting for you to find it.
It's waiting millions of years.
These waters are rich with discovery.
Gotta ask you, what do we have here? What is that? That is a sliced section of whale rib bone. Now, whether it was eaten or not, most likely was.
But
that is a fossil.
It is fossilized. It is like a rock.
That's right.
It's no surprise searching for megalodon teeth has become a phenomenon.
Megalodon teeth tend to be almost an American icon. There's a lot of variation in them. You can always find a better one. You can always buy a better one. It's got everything you need, really, in a fossil.
Tourists flock to beaches around the country to join the hunt from the shore.
It's kind of addicting. We just scoop it out, put it in, and shake it and see what we can find.
Look at all these little teeth.
For Zach, fossil hunting is personal, a skill he learned from his father as a child. Now, a passion he's passing on to his own kids.
Fossils really sharp.
So your kids will be finding these when you're long gone?
My kids, their kids, those teeth will be there for generations.
It's not just a hobby. Zach has a business. In fact, he sells those teeth for up to $50,000. As for the megalodon, the biologists and the experts sort of suggest that as water temperatures changed, their food source disappeared ultimately. Coming up, why are sharks disappearing? We're diving into the research and what can we do to help them. Later, the effects of coastal urbanization on shark populations.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Shark Watch. As we've seen, sharks are incredible animals and the apex predator. They play vital roles in our ecosystem. Unfortunately, many species are also facing extinction.
Sharks, more than 500 species in the undersea world, the top predator of the ocean's ecosystems. But this morning, troubling news. The most extensive worldwide reef study ever reveals shark populations on a steep decline. Scientists saying in many cases, sharks are functionally extinct.
Functionally extinct means that there may still be some animals out there, but they're not enough to fill their ecological role. For years, we've known that the sharks that live way out offshore have been in real trouble, but we didn't know how sharks on coral reefs were doing. And so we wanted to figure out where are those sharks in trouble, where are they doing well, and ultimately, how can we help them?
5 years ago, marine biologists at Florida International University started the Global Fin Print Study, focusing on sharks attracted to reefs, like tigers and hammerheads.
If coral reefs are sort of like a smorgasbord for sharks, what did you uncover?
Well, what we found is that in about 20% of the places we went to study, we saw no sharks at all, which means they're basically extinct from an ecological perspective in those reefs.
Getting the data was a monumental undertaking. Underwater cameras placed on more than 370 coral reefs around the world. Collectively, more than 2 years of continuous, non-stop footage of what was there, and most importantly, what they found was not showing up.
What's the technology to do this? I mean, it seems like it must be pretty challenging to look at reefs around the world underwater.
Yeah, so people thought we were crazy when we started this 5 years ago, but the technology for underwater cameras finally got small enough and cheap enough that we could put together a network of more than 100 scientists to work in 58 nations and collect 15,000 hours of video with bait in front of it so we could count how many sharks were in each place.
The worst cases, reefs in the Dominican Republic, the French West Indies, Kenya, Vietnam, and Qatar, where not one shark was detected.
20% of the places we go, we didn't see any sharks at all, and a bunch more places we saw far fewer sharks than we should have. I mean, that shows we have a crisis. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of video, and we see more trash bags than we see sharks, and that's really concerning because these predators are probably important to having healthy oceans.
The study's findings, a warning that scientists believe is now a challenge for mankind.
What do you think is causing the decline in sharks, and what role does man have to bring them back?
Yeah, so it's all about overfishing. We're just catching too many sharks, and that's
so it's our fault.
Yeah, it's people's fault. We're catching too many because we want their fins or we want the meat.
Can fishermen use a different method that won't necessarily wipe out sharks?
Some of the methods that are being used in particular areas catch kind of anything out there. They don't target the fish that the fishers want. So just a little change in the gear they use can make a big difference for sharks.
But some good news too. The study also found sharks are abundant in countries where sharks are protected by government fishing regulations, notably off the United States, Australia, the Bahamas, French Polynesia, and the Maldives.
There are still places with healthy shark populations, and we see when governments and communities work together, they can protect their sharks and have healthy reefs. So you can have both. You can have fishing, you can have healthy reefs, and now we've developed the toolkit to help governments do that.
Researchers believe with the indisputable video evidence, governments and the fishing industry can now work to protect reefs and rebuild shark populations.
For the health of the oceans, this is important because?
If you're gonna have healthy oceans, part of the mix is having healthy populations of top predators like sharks. So it's not just about sharks, it's about the whole ecosystem, but we need all those components if we're gonna have thriving ecosystems in the oceans that support what people need.
Shark populations in the world's oceans have declined by an alarming 71% since 1970. Experts say they hope that with proper regulation, we can avoid seeing extinction. As part of the effort, some researchers have looked to human medicine for inspiration, like performing sonograms on sharks.
Just 3 miles off the coast of Miami, researchers bait hooks, and within 45 minutes, they've caught a shark.
Let it roll. We've got a nurse shark right now.
For decades, the only way to study a shark's reproduction was to sacrifice the shark and the baby pups inside.
You cut them open, you look inside, and you count. But, if the goal is to conserve threatened species, And to learn more about their biology and behavior, that obviously doesn't make sense.
Because you're killing them.
Because you're killing them.
Enter a twist on human technology.
Start to see the heart cavity.
The sonogram, commonly used in OB/GYN offices, is now portable and waterproof. Killing pregnant sharks no longer required. The newly found images are stunning.
You're a scientist, and I know you treat things very scientifically, but do you feel a little connection there when you're looking at that image?
It's pretty amazing when you see those little faces at you. You can't help but feel connected.
Increasingly, sharks like this sandbar shark are rare. Researchers at the University of Miami say some species have declined 90% or more in some areas over the past few decades. Despite their reputation as man-eaters, experts believe they need protection.
Shark populations help keep our oceans clean. They do a very fundamental work for us.
Sharks travel hundreds, some thousands of miles a year. So the idea of protecting them all out there, scientists say, it just won't happen. But if they can at least find out where they give birth, they can set up safe zones.
You just got to do it in some of these important critical areas, like the ones they might be aggregating to feed or to mate or to give birth or to gestate. And today we're trying to solve that puzzle and find those missing pieces.
Solving a puzzle with a window into the belly of the beast. For today, Kerry Sanders, NBC News, off the coast of Miami.
It's quite incredible to see those animals so up close and personal. When we come back, the effects of coastal urbanization on sharks.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester, who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Shark Watch Today. 40% of people in the United States live along our nation's coasts. In 2021, we had the opportunity to join them as those researchers looked at the urbanization effects on sharks in the waters.
Miami, with more than 2.5 million people and one of the nation's busiest ports and waterways.
We don't necessarily think of sharks so close to the city, but they are.
Absolutely. I mean, where there's salt water, there's a chance of seeing a shark.
So how's Carrie doing? Are you getting ready to release her?
Yeah, she's doing good. So we're going to take a blood sample from her.
Researchers at the University of Miami Rosenstiel School are studying city sharks, how urbanization affects sharks swimming along our coastlines.
The new normal is big cities, coastlines, urbanization. And I think we're missing a lot about the ecology of animals if we kind of don't really focus on, how these animals are responding to human pressures.
What about the big city?
Sharks try to avoid people, and they certainly don't like the disturbance of human activities. Surprisingly, we've been tracking sharks, and we find that they do come in close, and they come right up to the shoreline. How are they dealing with some of the threats from coastal urbanization, like poor water quality or noise and chemical pollution?
We joined the shark research team as they tagged sharks along the coastline as part of their ongoing study.
I originally thought that we would pretty much see no shark activity here. But we're finding across the species that we've been tracking, which are bull sharks, great hammerheads, black nose, black tip sharks, nurse sharks, they are using the city.
The scientists collect data from the sharks to study their movement, behavior, and health.
These nurse sharks stay in this area for a very long period of time.
To our surprise is that we didn't really find any effect of the boat traffic on shark behavior. In fact, it seemed like on days with the highest boat activity, which were holidays like July 4th or during weekends, the sharks' habitat use was pretty much the same as it was during weekdays or times where there was no boat activity.
So it's like an interstate and the sharks are just fine with it.
It might be because they're just so used to it. So I think the next part of it is to go to areas that are, let's say, roads less traveled, lower boat activity, and see how sharks might respond to more boat noise.
The study looking at what happens above and its effect below in the ocean. I joined Dr. Hammerschlag on a dive just off the coast of Miami.
Actually on an airplane flying over Miami at night. Everything was lit up by city lights, and it made me think about how there's really nowhere where an animal could escape the urbanization.
So sharks in the city at night, this is all lit up. Are those lights drawing sharks, scaring sharks away? Any impact?
I think that basically the lights might attract small little bait fish, which attract bigger fish, which attract sharks that are out hunting for those fish.
And the study also looks at the impact of pollution.
I mean, there's all types of stuff down here, structure for them to rest under. Lawn chairs, toaster ovens, and I mean, you name it. And when there's a hurricane, more and more stuff blows in here that just provides artificial habitat for them. The nurse sharks here are actually doing really well and seem to be better off in terms of their physical condition than the nurse sharks in more kind of further south and more pristine areas, which was also surprising to us.
Researchers are hoping soon they'll have a clearer idea of what impacts we're making living on top of their coastal habitats, sharks in the city.
The reality is most of the world's population lives near the coast. So I think it's really important to study how animals are responding and whether this type of urbanization affects the behavior and health of these animals and making sure that humans and sharks can coexist.
Perhaps the most interesting thing I learned is that researchers have hydrophones in the water that allow them to hear where the sharks are and that will allow them to help identify where the sharks continually go and, well, where swimmers might want to stay out of the water. We told you earlier, one way to find out where sharks are is checking in with O-Search. They tag sharks so that they can study their movements. Well, in 2019, a mysterious cluster of great whites off the coast of North Carolina captured the attention of scientists and the public at large.
This morning, there's a mystery in the water.
We got something online. Haven't seen it yet.
4 great white sharks all hanging out off the coast of North Carolina's Outer Banks this past month.
As the water warms up down south, they'll push north. They like that 60-degree-ish water.
Researchers with O-Search tagged all 4 sharks with tracking devices last fall when they were in Nova Scotia.
Interclass for 48 centimeters.
Now they're back together, circling off of North Carolina, and O-Search is watching their every move.
I'm fascinated by, wow, what significant life is there?
Sea life, that is. A shark smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Go Jefferson!
O-Search names each great white they tag. This group, Cabot, Jane, Jefferson, and Hal. Hal weighing in at more than 1,400 pounds.
We're gonna need a bigger needle.
As summer approaches, the great whites will be on the move.
Once that temperature really shifts, these animals will start moving, and they will move fast, and they will move with purpose to the northeast.
Tourist destinations like Cape Cod are already on alert, looking into ways to keep beachgoers safe after a man was killed by a shark in Wellfleet last summer. Another likely summer destination, the south shore of Long Island. O-Search says great whites will soon be headed there to give birth. He says there's no need for fear, but beachgoers need to be aware.
I mean, these things are the king of the ocean. They go wherever they want.
Shark experts say the giant predator is a sign of a healthy ocean.
To have them off your coasts is a great thing. It means you're doing a good job looking after your resources.
Sharks will travel an astounding 150 miles a day as they're out there searching for food. That's our show. We hope you've enjoyed this look into the movements and mysteries of sharks. Thanks for joining us.
So, listen, without giving away too much, and I know you won't, what is Nope about?
It's about a lot of things. And I think, you know, the first notion that I latched onto when I was writing this movie was this idea of making a spectacle, making something people would have to see.
Right here, you are going to witness an absolute spectacle. So what happens next? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? Here we go.
And I felt like I was fighting for cinema. I was fighting for the theatrical experience when I was writing this film. So it's about spectacle. And from there, I explored that and started to sort of uncover what I think is like the dark side of our relationship with spectacle.
You could make the argument, I watched it last night, you could make the argument that the film, at least on its face, seems to be about this idea that spectacle can consume us, does consume us, quite literally in some cases. Is that part of what we were going for?
I mean, we are, I like what you did. Look, this is a society of the spectacle. And I think that the idea of spectacle harms us in many ways, whether it's something we are so obsessed by that we give it too much power because it has a spectacular nature to it, or if it's because we use the spectacle to distract ourselves from the truth. We have this very dark relationship with it, and I think about bottlenecking, right? When we're driving, when we're in traffic and there's an accident, and that traffic slows down, it's because everybody's sneaking a peek at that awful spectacle, and it's slowing everybody down. And so that, I latched onto that and said, let's make a movie about that.
This could be an opportunity. I'm talking rich and famous for life.
There's plenty of videos for flying online.
Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The money shot.
It's about human nature.
Yeah, all my films are about human nature and about something that I fear is part of our DNA and scares me. And it's something that I share with us, but I feel like it hasn't been sort of pinpointed yet.
I read in an interview recently that you maintain this is not a film that could have been made 5 years ago. Why not?
I think there's, a lot of reasons. I think from from the standpoint of representation, I think this idea of letting a Black director put his vision into a film and commit to it, and into the Great American Flying Saucer film. Let's put it this way: 5 years ago, I didn't think they would ever let me do that. And so and then even on the technological front, I worked with cinematographer Hoyte van Hoytema, who is absolute legend, and some of the techniques we developed on this to achieve spectacle have never been attempted before, and so I'm just very proud of what we pulled off in that way.
A couple times I'm watching, I'm thinking, this is expensive. This is really expensive. They gave Jordan Peele the checkbook. They're like, go do what you want.
Hey, yeah, I mean, look, that's another piece of this puzzle is that, so much of my career before I became a director was, marred with this internalized sense that I could never be allowed to do that no one would ever trust me with money, enough money to do my vision the way they would trust other people. I felt that was true. And so here I am, Universal Studios, they've proven me wrong.
Get Out, the social commentary on race is obvious.
We have to wait for the tram to go by.
Yes, these are folks who are going to be coming to see.
This is monumental. This is what I'm about. This is what it's about right here. Right now, they think that I am.
Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
Mr. Peele. It's his set.
Welcome. Welcome.
They'll come back next week.
They'll think I'm an animatronic that's just here, and they'll come back.
So Get Out, obviously. I mean, the social commentary there on race it's pretty obvious.
Do you find that being African American has more advantage or disadvantage in the modern world?
It's a tough one. Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I think you can make the argument that us is sort of about what human beings, like what we're capable of, the sinister nature of our behavior. This doesn't seem to be as much about race. Is that by design?
Yeah, it's certainly not as much about Get Out, where, the very fabric of the plot machinations were about, this racial dynamic. I feel like it's impossible to make a movie with people of color in it and have it not be about race. I mean, hell, I think it's impossible to make any movie without it being about race because, race is all around us. I think what is interesting and sort of where the notion of Nope and the title came from, which on one hand is, something that Black people recognize as our point of view in horror situations, is this acknowledgement of this thing we're talking about, where you can't have Black people in a flying saucer film and just have it be the same experience. It's not. There's a different relationship. No. And this film is also, which takes place in the outskirts of Hollywood, or the industry of the spectacle, is also so wrapped up with this idea of representation and erasure, which those themes are in there, but to your point, it's an adventure and a horror spectacle about human nature.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I think, as we talk about spectacles, it becomes abundantly clear that all the the themes and characters in this movie interact or represent the media in some way, and or some faction of it. And obviously, the nucleus of the media I'm sort of examining here is Hollywood, and the selling of dreams, the selling of nightmares, the selling of illusion. That's in the cornerstone of the piece.
But it's not just an indictment of Hollywood. I mean, there are a couple moments in the film where it's sort of an indictment of us, of journalism.
Yeah, yeah. Any time that we're going to make money off of the human need to see something crazy, that to me is what I call spectacleization. And I'm a guilty party. Yeah. You're a guilty party. We kind of all are in some ways, whatever side we're all on it, and that's kind of the point.
We are, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
This is a big deal.
Because
Jordan Peele has been memorialized.
Memorialized?
Does
that happen after?
You've got Jaws, you've got Back to the Future.
Yeah, but
you don't have a lot of sets. But I mean, well, that's true. That's a good point. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
this is a big deal.
This is good.
This is your set.
So this, if I can tell you about the space. Yeah. I know you saw the film, but this is Jupiter's Claim, which is a theme park owned by a former child star, Ricky Juke Park, played by Steven Yeun. It is in the vision of the movie Kid Sheriff that he was in as a child in the mid-90s. I don't know if you remember that film, Kid Sheriff.
I do not.
Okay, well it's real. And here we are. And obviously, there's more to meets the eye than here. So, if you're when you're going to see Nope, so there is another layer to what happens here.
You don't want to give away too much.
Don't want to give away too much.
But you could make the argument that this is a centerpiece of the film, the Star Lasso experience. We won't tell folks exactly.
We won't tell people what happened
What happened here.
But something did happen there. Something did occur. And here we are. No, I mean, look, it's a UFO movie. Yeah. And there is something about this world that to juxtapose the sort of uncanny valley world of this sort of mom and park theme park, right in the middle of a sort of UFO hotspot. It was just the kind of juxtaposition it was very me, I thought.
If someone had said to you 10, 15, 20 years ago that Jordan Peele, one of his films would have permanent space here on the lot at Universal, what would you have said?
I would have said, well, then it would have worked. My plan would have worked.
This is part of the grand plan all along.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew to really dream this big, but I did. I did. I mean, when I first came to Universal Studios as a kid, I was very enamored with movie making and the idea of being in a space where people actually make movies. Yeah. And I just want to, and so, to have a home on a lot, let alone this lot, is just very special to me.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Michael Abels, he, of course, scored this one. He scored Get Out. He scored Us. I interviewed him a few months ago. I've been a fan of his work for a long time. And he told the story of when you called to invite him on that first project. He thought you were punking him. What is it about Michael and his style that has led you guys to work together so much?
Well, it's so funny that he thought I was punking him because I had never directed a film when I first reached out to him on Get Out. And what I loved about his style is he has an ability to create new genres of music. And he can do it many times. You can sort of describe a new flavor of music and he can achieve that.
They took him. They took him all.
I gotta get out this house. I'm trying to save you. My brother is out there.
And that's how I want my films to feel. I want it to feel like something you've never experienced. And so, that's what he does. He's like a Shaolin monk.
You know? That's a great, and masterful. The music last night, not to give away too much, but I feel like when you watch and you listen to a Jordan Peele film now, that it's a Jordan Peele film. Like that's become one of the hallmarks of it.
I love that. I love that. I spend a lot of time just focusing on this responsibility of trying to be a mirror for what comes in, and so to hear at the end people say that they can see me in there, in the cross section of these things, they sort of see me. I feel like, yeah, you do.
Daniel Kaluuya, you guys have become quite the dynamic duo. We came to know him and Get Out. We see him again here. What is it about working with Daniel that makes it so special?
Daniel, I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's my favorite actor to watch and to work with as well. We have a special. I believe he has this with any director he has this with, but we have a shorthand that is just. It's just the dream as a director that you can have somebody and with very little words, it's like siblings, with very little words. We can come up to we walk up after a scene, I can be like, that thing, but what? Yeah. It's like one of those silent conversations. Yeah. And he's so committed. He's so focused, such a professional. Yeah, man, that's my star.
I want to talk about something. I want to ask you whether something informs your work, and if so, how it does. You are a biracial man in America, white mom, black father. And some of the themes that we've seen emerge in your films, it would seem from the outside, it would seem to be that worldview informs your movie making in a somewhat pronounced way. Is that accurate? And if so, how?
My race, I think, has informed my entire artistic journey. And part of it has been trying to reconcile the box and the boxes that the country puts people of color in. And trying to break out of that box, those boxes, whatever, and trying to identify, what does this mean? What? And so I think from an early on, you see this pattern in my work. It is about digging into those boxes so I can shed them and break out of them. And so, ever since I kind of started on that mission, I got into this pattern of just like, look, if I see a box, I'm gonna break it. If I see something I'm not supposed to do, I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna figure out how to make it work.
When people leave the theater after they see this film, what do you want them to be thinking about? Not to think, but what do you want them to be thinking about?
I mean, that's a great question. This is their turn. This is their time for their end of the conversation. I think if I had too clear of an idea of what I wanted them to be thinking about, I think I feel like I wouldn't be having the conversation with the audience. That's up to them. I want to know what they, like I said, I feel like with Nope, we described a feeling and we portrayed a feeling and we brought a sense of magic and adventure out of what was a very dark place and very dark time. And so I hope that they're just fulfilled and glad they went out to see it at an IMAX, which, by the way, IMAX.
You used IMAX cameras for this, I read.
Oh yeah, we used IMAX cameras.
Again, very expensive.
Oh, very expensive stuff. You can't just, but it makes it's. I think it's the best way to watch the film.
Yeah.
And the format is just immersive.
It is.
The whole thing with me is like, I wanted to make a flying saucer movie because I just felt like if we can feel like we are in the presence of something other, if we feel like that's real, then that's just an immersive experience worthy of going to the movies.
When Get Out came out, I read that at the time you said you had 3 or 4 more films like that of the horror genre. You had 3 of those, 4 of those, you had them in your pocket. But as you sit here now, you say there are more.
So you weren't supposed to say it? I'm kidding.
Did I give it away? Oh no.
No, you good. Look, I've got more. I'm not gonna have just one more film.
Okay.
I've got more now. No, it's
of the horror genre.
It's funny you bring up the horror genre. I would say yes, because I'm always gonna be having scary things in my film. But I do like this. I do like expanding. And I like working with the comedy. I like working with the adventure. Yeah. Genre is a thing to subvert.
You like to bend the genre.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because there were a few times last night where I thought, this is funny. This is thrilling. Do you consider this a horror film?
Well, like I said, I think it's Nope. I do consider it a horror film in that horror it's my favorite genre, and I hope it honors horror. I hope it's scary enough to make people talk about Nope. At the same time, I want people to feel some other things besides fear as well. Let's put it that way.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
With his deft touch combining jazz and blues and hip-hop, composer Michael Abels is the mastermind behind some of Hollywood's most stirring movie soundtracks. But Abels' big leap from the keys to the screens started with an unexpected phone call from a stranger who would change his life.
He said, you know, I want the African-American voice both literally and metaphorically in this film.
The film was the 2017 box office hit Get Out. And the stranger on the other end of the line, renowned filmmaker Jordan Peele.
Of course, I thought I was being punked, but I thought it was a really good punk. So I was like, sure, send me the script.
Abels, who up until then was posting his music on YouTube, accepted the challenge, crafting music for one of the hottest directors in Hollywood.
He said, it's got to be really scary. I said, well, I think you're talking about gospel horror.
The result, spectacular. It's really such a remarkable story on so many levels that he would reach out blind and you would be open to working with a complete stranger.
Jordan is someone who's not afraid to look outside his immediate network for people who he thinks he can see a possibility in. And I can count myself among those.
The success of Get Out kicked the door wide open for Abels, composing music for Peele's follow-up film, Us, and HBO's Bad Education, starring Hugh Jackman. Abels is biracial and grew up in South Dakota and Arizona with what he calls the white side of his family, but knew little about his black side.
I was very used to being, the darkest face in the room, but I was not as comfortable being the lightest face in the room. I had to learn how to do that. When I got to college, I sang in a choir at a black church for a while. And it was because I was using music, something that I felt comfortable with, to discover my black identity.
Abels is now in a unique position to tackle the film scoring industry's lack of diversity. Why don't you think that there are more people of color doing what you do, composing music?
Craig, I think that the shortest answer is access. First of all, access to education, but also there's access to opportunity. So to help with that, I co-founded the Composers Diversity Collective.
The group connects composers of color with content creators.
It's not only just good for the soul, but good for the box office and good for creativity.
Abels credits Grammy-winning songwriter and opera singer Rhiannon Giddens for inspiring him with her remarkable ability to reframe African-American history through music. Tell me about Rhiannon Giddens and how she has come to inspire you.
In writing her songs, she uses it to help recover our history. And she tells stories about the Black experience that people may not know about. And so when she asked me to collaborate on writing an opera, I said, absolutely. I couldn't wait to do it.
Their shared passion for Black storytelling is what brought the two artists together for the first time. They collaborated on the opera Omar, based on the autobiography of an enslaved man.
I feel so lucky to have reached out to him and just invited him onto this project. All of the stories that I want to tell about African-American history, or American history, as I like to say, it's a big piece of why Michael and I work so well together.
Two artists now making the past part of the present by using music to do what it does, open hearts and minds.
The more that we know about the past, the more we can understand about what's going on now. And for me, that tool is music.
We all love music, and we all know what great music is, and no one's going to tell us different.
Can you feel it?
The crowd is ready to get the party started.
The sounds of summer are calling you to the Plaza, live, where the hottest names in music will rock your world. Here we go. It's the City Concert Series on today, featuring Lizzo. What's up, y'all? John Batiste.
Conan Gray, Maren Morris, Romeo Santos, Mickey Guyton.
This is for you.
Jack Harlow, Brandi Carlile, Walker Hayes, and superstar Harry Styles kicked it all off. Feel the music, catch the magic. The epic party lasts all summer long. It's the City Concert Series, only on Today.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Well, a big hello to everybody watching Today all day. Welcome to Pop Start Plus for today. Coming up, we got a good one. Lisa Kudrow tells us all about the return of her popular show, Who Do You Think You Are? Plus, our conversation with one of the stars of the Mindy Kaling created show, Never Have I Ever, Lee Rodriguez, sharing how it rightly tackles representation. And for our big finale today, this week marks the 15th anniversary of the movie version of Hairspray. And we've got a glimpse of the one and only Michelle Pfeiffer talking about it here on Today back in 2007. We'll get to all that, but first, here are today's Pop Start headlines.
Pop Start O'Clock, isn't it? Pop
It
Start
is.
O'Clock. I love
It
that.
is House of Dragon. First up on Pop Start today, cue the Game of Thrones theme song. We are getting a peek at the highly anticipated spin-off series in the first new full-length trailer. The upcoming prequel set to take place 200 years before Game of Thrones and living up to the show's name, House of Dragon. Will explore the Targaryen family who gave us the mother of dragons herself. But of course, everybody's got their eye on one thing, the Iron Throne.
They consider the matter urgent, that of your succession.
Who else would have a claim?
The firstborn child.
Rhaenyra. No queen has ever sat the Iron Throne.
The king has an heir, Daemon Targaryen.
I will not be made to choose between my brother and my daughter.
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
Are we in trouble?
When I'm queen anchored to
I watched Game of Thrones.
Targaryen? What is it, Dylan?
Are you a
Targaryen?
Right.
Are you a Game of Throner?
Well, I never actually saw the last season.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You know how to say she knows the Targaryens.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Mark your calendars. This one is slated to hit HBO Max on August 20th.
Wait, Dylan's doing instant fact checks for all of Pop Start.
Okay, what's next?
Excuse me, Carson. You'll know this one. Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney.
Good job.
Thanks very much.
Well pronounced.
You might remember, I didn't know this, but those guys bought a soccer team, a Welsh soccer team, a couple years ago. A surprising business move for an American and a Canadian actor who have zero soccer experience. So if you've spent the last couple of years wondering why they did that, all's going to be revealed in FX's new show, Welcome to Wrexham. Yesterday, the network dropped a trailer for the docuseries that follows Reynolds and McElhenney as they attempt to run the Red Dragons, which also happens to be the third oldest professional soccer club in the world.
Wow.
I think the biggest challenge is the community looking around going, what are these two guys doing here?
Welcome to Wrexham.
Only fools rush in.
Is that the gym?
It will be the gym.
Wow.
Yeah, this needs a little work.
Wrexham is a town that battles against odds constantly, but the thing that we love more than anything is the football club.
It's an underdog story.
Okay.
Got some Ted Lasso
Yeah,
vibes.
yeah. Like
Real
the
life
real-
deal.
yeah.
You can check out Ryan and Rob's attempt to turn that football club into one heck of an underdog story when Welcome to Wrexham premieres on FX next month. Next up, Gwyneth Paltrow for this weekend's edition of Sunday Today. Willie caught up with the entrepreneur and Oscar winner at Goop in the Hamptons. She opened up about what it was like to step back from Hollywood to grow her business from a newsletter into a major luxury brand worth more than $250 million. Plus, Gwyneth told Willie about juggling her favorite roles these days. That's CEO and, of course, mom of 2 teens.
You
May
work
I
here at the
help
shop?
you?
Yes.
I'm looking for a sleep milk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, you've come to the right place.
Gwyneth Paltrow likes to dabble in the details, massaging just about every aspect of the company she has grown from a simple newsletter to a global brand valued at more than $250 million.
I never felt very fully comfortable being in the public eye to that degree. I still don't, but it's fantastic that I've been able to do something that's very fulfilling and work with a team that I adore.
The 49-year-old is more at ease in her roles as CEO, as wife to producer Brad Falchuk, and as mom to the 2 teenagers she shares with ex-husband Chris Martin.
And I do have one going off to college. You realize how finite it went so quickly.
When you think, Gwyneth, about the Hollywood side of your life now, what does it take to get you involved?
I mean, if my husband was doing something and wanted me to do it, I would do it.
You have a big birthday coming
You can catch their full conversation this weekend on Sunday. Today in Savannah, you recently got a chance to spend a little time with Gwyneth at Goop.
Yeah, you know what? They had an event on Monday night I got to go to. It was a PJ party. We got to wear our PJs. You know what I love about this? There we are in our PJs. Gwyneth is even better at the Irish goodbye than I am. She slipped out.
Bounced.
Then I slipped out in bed by 9. I said 8:30. She said it was 9. Give us the credit for staying out as late as we did.
I was going to say.
Oh, I slept in those PJs, of course.
You should. That was my question.
Yeah. Awesome. By the way, Carson, can I be pop star correspondent for just 1 second? Because you've gone viral, my friend.
I just saw this on Instagram.
An old clip from TRL, look at you, cutie, has been exploding all over the internet.
Yes.
It's because of the new Mr. and Mrs. Affleck, but take a look at how this conversation between Carson and J.Lo 20 years ago predicted this weekend's surprising Vegas nuptials.
How are you guys going to do like a wedding? Like, how are you going to try and, is there a deserted enough island?
I don't know.
Why don't you guys get like what would be the plan? Get like a bigger than a G4 and get like married in the air. Like,
there you go.
Vegas.
Oh, Vegas.
Sent that to me. I saw it last night.
I said,
no, I forgot all about it.
Well, guess what? You are viral. It's all over the internet. I saw it a bunch of places.
There's another clip from TRL of me and Kid Rock talking about a New York real estate magnate who would become president 15 years later, Donald Trump.
Oh, my gosh. No way.
Really? I was like, hey. Well, I was about to say, Carson, what's going to happen in the future?
20 years from now.
Yeah.
No, but that was crazy. That was nuts.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Do you remember that time?
I do. J.Lo was at TRL all the time. She had been dating Puffy, who I was good friends with at the time. And so they were always there.
Yeah.
But then she did Geely, the movie, met Ben. And then it was all of a sudden she was dating Ben, who had won an Oscar as like this young up-and-coming superstar. And you're an oracle. Happy for her, yeah. You are an oracle. And 20 years later.
That's amazing.
What's going to happen in 20 years from now?
I'll tell you after the break.
Okay.
And there's more for you to know today because it is Popstar Plus after all. How about this? The cast of Weird, the Al Yankovic story, just keeps getting better and better. First, we have, of course, Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al, the star of the upcoming biopic. He completely embodies the hit parody maker with the big hair and the whole thing. Then we got a little peek at Evan Rachel Wood as Madonna. Remember that? Spitting image of the Material Girl. Well, now, check this out. Roku releasing a new image. That's Abbott Elementary star Quinta Brunson as the talk show queen, Oprah Winfrey herself. Fittingly, she's standing next to Radcliffe in a closet full of Hawaiian shirts. Brunson retweeted the photo, writing, "Let's get weird." Can't wait to see how this whole thing turns out. Weird, the movie, slated to be released sometime this fall. All right, finally, Lizzo, the Grammy winner, left a few lucky fans feeling extra special last night. She joined Jimmy Kimmel Live with the kindest prank ever. She told fans that they were being brought in to listen to Lizzo's new album and have their reactions recorded. What the fans did not know is that Lizzo was actually right next door, ready to serenade them in person.
'Cause I gotta pee, gotta pee. Hey, ooh, I thought this was the bathroom. Look around you. Yes, you Mikey. Michael, turn around.
There is nobody quite like Lizzo, as of course we all bore witness when she was on our plaza recently. Lizzo having a hot summer. All right, still coming up here on Popstar Plus, Lisa Kudrow. She's going to preview the relatives revealed and the riveting stories told in the newest season of Who Do You Think You Are?
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Lisa Kudrow, of course, beloved for playing Phoebe on Friends, but recently her passion lies in executive producing the hit genealogy show called Who Do You Think You Are? She spoke to our third hour about the new revelations featured in this latest season.
Welcome back. This morning, we are so excited to catch up with one of our favorites, the very funny Lisa Kudrow.
For 10 seasons, you probably knew her for that Emmy-winning role as Phoebe Buffay on that little show called Friends that propped up the network for about 20 years. She also starred in the 90s cult classic, Romeo and Michelle's High School Reunion, which it celebrated its 25th anniversary.
Well, today, Lisa is an executive producer for NBC's Who Do You Think You Are? It's a documentary series that follows different celebrity guests each week as they trace their family tree with genealogists and historians.
So good. This week's episode follows award-winning actress Allison Janney as her search takes her all the way to Bermuda.
I can't believe that I'm here in Bermuda. The fact that my grandmother died here it's you know, it was kind of moving flying in. And also thinking about my 11th time great-grandfather, Stephen Hopkins. He came to America via Bermuda because of a shipwreck. It's kind of extraordinary.
It's the kind of show I talk back to the TV. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Good to see you.
I was just looking at the lineup of guests: Billy Porter, Bradley Whitford, just to name a few. So you went through this process yourself in this first season, so you know kind of what they're going through. Are there any stories that stick out to you, or just talk to us in general about this project?
Well, I mean, it can be incredibly emotional, and I think the thing I love about it the most is that it's personalizing history. And, you know, when we learn history, we don't learn all of it, number one. And number two, we don't remember because it's just sort of these broad strokes. But when you personalize it through our ancestors who experienced it, then it really sinks in that we should pay attention a little more. It's important to learn history. But it's so funny because the Allison Janney thing, the other thing I love about this show are these weird, sort of inexplicable things, these links to our ancestors. Like for Allison, she's learning about an ancestor, her 11 times great-grandfather, who, you know, was coming to the new Jamestown colony in Virginia in 1609 and got shipwrecked and ended up in Bermuda.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. But her grandmother, who's the descendant of that guy as well, she had a house in Bermuda. She had an affinity with Bermuda and died in Bermuda, which is what Allison's like. She was here. Yeah,
Gives you the chills.
Right? The whole thing is really fascinating. I remember I got to follow my genealogy a couple years ago. It took me to like a church in Lower Manhattan where my great-great-great-grandmother got married, and I got to walk in that church, and it was just... it just makes you have feelings that you didn't even know existed. So why do you think people are so into genealogy within the last several years?
Because I think we sense that there's some connection to our past, and we're curious about it. And when you finally see what they endured and what they lived through, it kind of makes you feel like I'm not here by accident, and it's a miracle I'm here, and thank you for whatever you had to go through that allowed me to be here. Yeah.
We teased this earlier, so we have to ask you about this extra audition that you had to have for that little show called Friends. What's the story there?
Yeah, how about that? I didn't even realize till recently. I had a special audition for Jim Burrows because he was directing it, and I assumed all the actors did. And then I found out, like, I don't know, 4 years ago, I was
following your genealogy.
Yeah.
The only one that had a second audition.
That's crazy work. No, I found out that I was the only one who had to audition for them.
Oh, that's so funny.
I have to admit something to you. I go to sleep listening to your voice almost every night. Is this the weirdest thing anybody's ever said on the Today Show?
So far it is.
Because my wife, it's her happy place.
Oh, yeah.
And she puts it on, and she falls asleep soundly and sleeps through the night. So it's weird. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. Yeah, exactly.
I was like, oh, do you do a sleep
Just
podcast?
a mixtape, actually. It's a mixtape.
I was like, are you on the call map?
Yeah, I'm like, what's happening? That's so funny.
So she's not going to talk to me during the commercial.
Yeah, all right.
I do that too.
Always great having Lisa with us. We should mention Who Do You Think You Are airs Sunday nights right here on NBC. Coming up next, a star from Never Have I Ever on the show's importance, especially when it comes to representation in TV. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back. Lee Rodriguez plays Fabiola on the Never Have I Ever show. It's a Mindy Kaling created show. It features a quite diverse cast navigating high school. And Rodriguez spoke to us about what the show's storytelling gets right about the coming of age experience.
What do I think Never Have I Ever gets right? They get it right in the sense that being in high school, you don't always see like young girls, wanting to have all of these different experiences as far as like sex and like dating and also in high school, like you're figuring yourself out a lot. I know with Fabiola, like in season 1, she was coming to terms that, she was gay. And so I feel like that's something that's very accurate and a very big, experience that a lot of young queer teens have.
I'm gay.
What does it mean to play Fabiola? For me, it means a lot because I see a lot of myself in her. Like she's got a lot of layers. She's got the whole awkward teen going on. She's queer. She's like a woman of color. She has like this best friend group that You know, she's always like ride or die, always down to like for whatever. But playing her, I feel like there was this one experience that I had. I went to this event and there was this young girl, and she told me how much it meant to her, like seeing an awkward teenager in high school, and just said that like she really resonated with that. Like being tall and being awkward within itself is like a whole experience. So yeah, just playing her, I guess I never realized how many different people would see themselves in Fabiola, and so it's awesome and I love it, and I've loved playing her.
I'm gay. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. I honestly just realized.
Don't you dare apologize to me.
Really?
I love this for you. And I love this for me. Finally a gay friend. It really fits my brand as a theater wench.
So season 1, Davy has this idea that they need to get boyfriends, that they need to start dating and lose their virginity. And for Fabiola, you know, it wasn't ideal because she didn't really know if she wanted to have a boyfriend. She tried out the whole boyfriend stitch. Was weird. Very weird for her. And then she sees this beautiful, gorgeous girl named Eve, and she starts having a crush on her. And so it makes her question her sexuality. And so season 1, she comes to terms that she is gay. And that's great. We love that for her. So season 2, you'd think that things would get easier after you come out, but the reality is, like, she had way more questions than she did answers. She was trying to fit in to pop queer culture, and she just doesn't fit. And I feel like season 2, it just goes to show there's no one way to be gay. There's no wrong or right way. It's just it's whatever you feel. And so that's what I really loved about her journey in season 2, coming to terms that she can be a robotics geek and, you know, support the LGBTQ community. And so you can do it all. But yeah, I feel like it's important because it's just real. It's real life. It's realistic. Well, I constantly got the question after Never Have I Ever came out. It's like, oh, are you really gay? Are you just pretending to be a lesbian? And I would constantly see people assuming my sexuality. And so it would always like kind of bug me, because I would be like, well, do I not look like somebody who would be queer? Like, am I not a valid queer person? And so I kind of just came to terms, and also, like, you know, playing Fabiola kind of also helped me come to terms as well that it is such a irrelevant thing. Like, there's no one way to be gay. And you know what? Sometimes you don't even have to come out. Like, it's all up to you. You can come out, you cannot come out. It's whatever makes you feel comfortable. And so I'm so thankful to have, you know, played Fabiola. But yeah, I feel like I've learned a lot, and it really helped me be able to make that post and feel confident enough to do so. And so, yeah, it's a really big moment for me. Yeah, I mean, I get DMs and comments all the time saying how Fabiola's, like, the character Fabiola inspired their coming out and inspired them to, you know, was their gay awakening. So that's pretty awesome. That always means a lot, because I do bring a lot of my own characteristics to Fabiola. And so it also allows me to feel less alone too. But yeah, season 3, a lot of great moments. Yeah, you're gonna see her come into her own. There's gonna be a lot of surprises. A lot of surprises in the 3rd season. Specifically with Fabiola, a lot of things that people did not expect. So that's all I can say. But it's gonna be awesome.
Thanks to Lee for hanging out with us, and you can catch Never Have I Ever on Netflix. Its 3rd season premieres in just a few weeks. Still coming up, a Hairspray flashback you're not gonna want to miss.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester, what is this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Can you believe that this week marks 15 years since the release of the movie version of Hairspray? You might remember it featured a star-studded cast: John Travolta, Christopher Walken, Queen Latifah, Zac Efron, and Michelle Pfeiffer, who spoke with us back in 2007 right here on Today about working on the movie musical.
And Michelle Pfeiffer joins us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I understand the premiere was last night here in New York. How was it?
It was fantastic. Exuberant. It was. It's by far the funnest premiere, not only New York but Los Angeles as well, of any movie that I've ever had.
Is it fun to watch it with an audience, or do you get a little nervous?
I normally get really nervous, really anxious. I realize about halfway through it that I've stopped breathing. But I was never nervous with this because it is such an audience pleaser.
It is. I told you, my daughter and I watched it together, and we were dancing. By the end of it, we were up and dancing.
Well, I wish you had seen it actually with a big audience, because it's so much a part of the experience of it, because people applaud and they're laughing and yelling. It's just fantastic.
But it's not just fun. We had Queen Latifah on yesterday. We were talking about this. It also has a real message that has to get out.
Yeah, without being too heavy-handed. It has this really important and powerful message that just kind of washes over you throughout the entire film.
That you can change things in life, that you need to.
And it sort of turns all of those stereotypes on its head, in terms of what is beautiful, what is socially acceptable, and it does it in such a delightful, entertaining way.
And you play not a nice lady. She's
she's pretty hateful.
She's very hateful, but she has a sense of humor. We'll give her that, actually.
I don't know that she has a sense of humor,
but you deliver a sense of humor with her.
Hopefully we will find her funny.
We actually have a scene with you with Chris Walken, and you were trying to seduce him. Not too successfully. Can we put that up, guys?
My husband accidentally suffocated.
You need a fella.
I do need a fella.
And the way to a man's heart is through his funny bone. Now, here's a nice bracket for you.
Do you find that people are surprised that you're funny?
Yes. I'm surprised that I'm funny, ever. I don't consider myself funny. I always feel that I'm the straight man, usually, in a movie. But, yeah. And I don't find myself funny, actually.
Even when you watch it, you don't?
No.
Or you're your worst critic then,
Well,
probably. Yeah, which is often the case. Are you one of those people that thinks that any day someone's going to discover that you're a fraud?
I'm an imposter.
Yeah, I go through. What is that about? Because you're highly successful.
I don't know. Bad potty training. I don't know. Something deep and dark
that you
in
probably
our
don't
past
want to find out.
And I don't want to share.
Yeah. Well, you have a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old, a daughter and a son. They've seen this movie of mom acting in this villainous way. What did they think of it?
I think they are delighted to see me. I think in the beginning they weren't sure. First of all, it's the first premiere they have ever been to of any movie that I've made. Actually, it's the first premiere they had ever been to. And it was so obvious that this was the right one to bring them to, and they're at the right age. And but when I first, when I was working on the film, and I would bring home photographs and Polaroids of this and that, their eyebrows would kind of raise, and and Claudia at one point said, "Mom, a little over the top." I said, "Yeah, it is."
But is that what you kind of like about it, playing against what people assume is your type?
I'm grateful that people think it's against my type, but I like, I guess it's nice to, surprise yourself and to surprise others, and, to venture into sort of dangerous territory. I really, certainly wasn't within my comfort zone. The character or the tone of the piece, or, even though I had done Grease 2 and I had done Baker Boys, and this was sort of, for me, the first real musical.
All right, that was pretty cool stuff there. Guys, that's going to do it. You're off the hook. Popstar Plus is done for today. Hope you enjoyed the show. As always, we'll be back again tomorrow with another new episode, so be sure and join us then. See you soon.
Hello, folks of Today All Day, Thursday morning. Glad to have you with us. This is our digital show, Today in 30. Chanel, you're here.
Yes, good
morning. You know how
morning.
it works, Today in 30.
I love
Everything
it.
we love about the show, packed in.
Glad to be here. So we're about to give you a half hour full of things you might have missed from our show this morning. For starters, the record heat. Sam Brock is on the ground in Dallas, where the temperature hit 109. And Dylan will bring us the full forecast with everything you need to know.
Then we are excited to introduce you to the baking queen, Linda Skeens. She dominated the baking competition at her local fair, sweeping more than 20 categories. But why are we talking to her? Because she was anonymous.
People couldn't find her.
She never came forward to claim her prize. Well, today she is ready to step into the spotlight right here and share her award-winning recipes exclusively with us.
Can't wait to try those. And on the third hour, we share the inspiring story behind an arm wrestling league here in New York City that's not just about competition, but also about building community.
All right, that sounds like a good flex. I always lose in an arm wrestling contest.
Every time.
I know upper body
Like if we did it
strength.
right now, you'd win.
No,
So.
it would be a tie. No. But anyway, let's not fight. Let's just go to it.
Today in 30.
Let's get started in North Texas. Hot there too. Sam Brock, what you got?
Look, this whole region, Savannah, has been baked by intolerable heat. Nationally, some 97 million people are under heat alert right now. The entire state of Oklahoma didn't have a single city under 103 on Tuesday. Now, the good news, as you suggest, Savannah, despite record energy consumption here, Texas's electrical grid has been holding up. All this heat is literally adding fuel to the fire. The Chalk Mountain fire has now chewed up more than 6,000 acres as residents recall very close encounters.
Then about 3 to 4 foot of our house around it.
The searing heat making life miserable in the south, southeast, and east coast. The mercury routinely reaching well into the high 90s and 100s. Landing 5 Boston firefighters in the hospital this week with heat exhaustion, battling flames. As a lightning strike claimed a life overnight at Georgia's Fort Gordon. 1 soldier killed and 9 others injured by a bolt that hit the army post. Reminders of dangerous conditions as heat blankets the nation. Cities like Shreveport, Louisiana and Lawton, Oklahoma tying or breaking records.
Terribly hot. I mean, I can't handle it.
Across the Atlantic, a similar situation all through Europe. Extreme heat and drought conditions sparking wildfires. The flames devouring parts of Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, forcing tens of thousands from their homes. This week, London's fire brigade had its busiest day since World War II. Here in the U.S., President Biden says he's seen enough, unveiling executive action for this climate crisis.
Is literally, not figuratively, a clear and present danger. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake.
Even with an aging energy grid in Texas, a silver lining this week. ERCOT's system has withstood record temperatures touching nearly 110 as the state's energy consumption just broke a new record. Yet electricity kept flowing to homes, keeping those desperately needed air conditioners running.
We have implemented a number of new measures over the last year.
to operate more conservative, make sure that we have the power available to serve all Texans.
One of those measures is asking customers to conserve earlier so there's more of an energy cushion available. And so far, guys, that appears to be working. Texas yesterday consumed more energy than New York and California combined, according to their state dashboards. Savannah, back to you.
Wow. Well, for good reason, Sam. Thank you very much.
All right, Dylan, you're in for Al, tracking the heat and where it goes from here. What do we need to know?
All right, well, I'm going to show you a lot of numbers, okay? But I'm going to break this down for you because there is some relief in sight as we get into the middle of next week. Right now, though, we do have heat advisories, heat watches, heat warnings in effect from coast to coast. But as we go into this afternoon, the humidity is still going to stay high, and it's still going to be very uncomfortable through the weekend. Just take a look at some of these numbers over the next 3 days. In Dallas, we're staying above 100 degrees. In Memphis, we get up to 102 by Friday, 100 on Saturday. But let's advance a little bit farther into the future, where we are still going to stay on the hot side through the southern plains into Texas. Dallas will stay at 102 on Sunday, 104 on Monday, 103 on Tuesday. But again, the humidity is high. It's going to continue to feel like it's close to 110 degrees. Now, in the Midwest, this is the area where we're going to start to see some improvement. Chicago, you're staying in the low to mid 90s into Saturday. But then as we go into next week, Sunday, 84, Monday, 80 degrees and 82 degrees on Tuesday. So we are going to see some relief, at least in this part of the country. And then for the Northeast, Sunday looks like it'll be the hottest day. Now, we are going to get a little bit of relief from the humidity tomorrow, but then it builds right back in going into Saturday, 94 degrees. It'll feel even warmer. But then as we go into Monday, we should drop to about 90 degrees, 87 on Tuesday. Still pretty humid, but we are starting to see the smallest drop in those numbers that should bring us some relief.
A rare interview with the head of the CIA. NBC's Andrea Mitchell spoke with him on a wide range of issues, including the Ukrainian crisis. She joins us now from the annual Security Forum in Aspen, Colorado. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Chanel. Well, CIA Director William Burns, a former U.S. ambassador to Russia, is one of the world's top experts on Vladimir Putin, and the last U.S. official to meet face-to-face with the Russian leader before he invaded Ukraine. I spoke with Director Burns about Putin's state of mind and his goals as Russia is now expanding its military efforts. Nearly 5 months into its brutal war on Ukraine, Russia's military assaults on the country remain relentless, saying it will move beyond the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine to threaten other areas, including Odessa, with a grinding war of attrition.
So he can strangle the Ukrainian economy, he can wear down European publics and leaderships, and he can wear down the United States. Putin was wrong in his assumptions about breaking the alliance and breaking Ukrainian will before the war began, and I think he's just as wrong now.
Russia's cost is high, around 15,000 troops dead and 3 times as many injured. So this week, Moscow turning to Iran for armed drones. What are the implications of this new, stronger alliance of adversaries?
The purpose of those drones is to kill Ukrainian civilians in a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression.
As he's waged war, Putin has been plagued with rumors about his health. Would you describe him as unstable? Unhealthy?
As far as we can tell, he's entirely too healthy.
Against the backdrop of war and America's support for Ukraine is WNBA superstar Brittany Griner, who's been detained in Russia for more than 5 months. Overnight, a tribute for her at the ESPY Awards.
We cannot stop fighting for her. We cannot stop believing for her. And we will not stop hoping for the day when we can welcome her home safely.
These are awful and shameful steps to hold American citizens for political leverage as well. I mean, in Brittany Griner's case, my heart goes out to her wife and her family as well.
In addition to all of the other global crises, the CIA is now also assessing how climate change will create new conflicts over food and water and COVID as well, of course. I also asked Director Burns about the possibility of China invading Taiwan. He believes that President Xi Jinping is determined to take control of Taiwan. It's not a matter of if, but when. But that Xi has learned from Russia's experience in Ukraine that a quick victory only comes by using overwhelming force.
You covered a lot of ground there. Andrea, thank you. We should mention the NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Security Forum.
choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
She's going to draw you a map, Savannah, don't worry. We're back today. Today, food. Viral sensation to my right. You may not recognize her, but you may have heard her name.
Oh, for sure. At last month's Virginia-Kentucky Fair, Linda Skeens dominated the food competition, winning 25 different ribbons for her homemade cooking, her baking, even her crafting.
But when Linda was announced as the winner, she never came forward. And then, of course, the internet went crazy trying to track her down. There was a Facebook group. People bought shirts. They even created a song in your honor, Linda. Take a look.
Okay.
Have you heard of Linda Skeens? In the kitchen, she a queen. VA KY District Fair, she a blue ribbon machine, yeah.
The blue ribbon machine.
So funny. So the big question for the internet, where is Linda Skeens? Well, we put our investigative skills to the test, and as you can see, we found her.
I'm here.
Linda, good morning.
Our queen.
So to put it in perspective here, you don't have an email address, you don't have a cell phone, no social media. So now that you're seeing all of the buzz, what do you make of all of this attention?
I don't know what to think about it because I've been cooking and doing this for like 50-some years, and so I don't understand why there's such a big deal. But anyway, I appreciate it.
It's a big deal because not only did you win 25 ribbons just at this single fair, you didn't really come forward and claim your prize. How come?
Well, I did go to the fair and get my stuff.
You did, okay.
Yes. But nobody didn't know me. This guy sitting there, he told later on the phone, he said, I actually got to sit beside her and talk to her, but I didn't know it. I didn't tell him who I was. I was admiring his picture that he drew. It was beautiful, and we were talking, and he didn't know who I was. So,
Linda, you get any of those T-shirts with your face on them?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to anything to do with that.
Linda, how did you realize people are looking for you, and suddenly they want to
My
find
granddaughter and my daughter done that. They're
Saw
on
the internet, probably.
Facebook. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, so when you came here, was that your first time on an airplane?
Yes.
When you flew here to the Today Show, what was that experience like?
Flying?
Yeah.
A little bit nervous, but I found after the first one, the second plane, I had no problem.
What do you think of New York? What do you think being here?
I love it. Yeah. Oh. And I've been watching NBC since Chet Huntley and David Brinkley were on here. They were my heroes.
Wow.
Willem Scott's one of my heroes when he did the jam thing.
Amazing.
So
I have to add, we have this one picture. So you won, 25 blue ribbons this year, but I mean, you've won about 450
Oh my goodness.
ribbons over the last 10 years.
You're the best baker in the world.
I mean,
It's official.
look at this. So
Yes.
you must have a competitive side, or do you just love to cook this much?
No. And when you can ask my best friends, when I play cards on Saturday night, spades with them, I want to win.
Yes, I love that.
Now I want to play spades with you, and we'll let you cook.
Can
we
eat
get
some
to
of this
taste
stuff?
some of it?
Yeah,
I
what's
know,
happening
I know.
here? What do you want to start with?
Okay. What is it? This is the award-winning
Peanut
fudge?
butter fudge.
Okay.
Pass it down,
Pass
please.
it on down. Okay, here we go.
What's the secret to the good peanut butter fudge?
Love.
Love. That's a great
I'm
peanut
assuming
butter.
that's with everything.
You could build a home out of
I've
it.
been making it for my husband for years, and it's his favorite.
Oh
so.
my gosh. Okay, I can't wait to try this. Are you giving us these recipes, or is this a big old secret?
I swap recipes with anybody that wants them.
Yeah, good night,
Savannah, you got
everybody.
need to swap?
I do. I have a series recipe for
That's
cookies.
nobody. All right, let's do the next
It's
one.
delicious. Linda doesn't. This isn't one of those cooks that substitutes sugar.
Oh,
with
yeah. No,
agave.
No, I cook whole heart. I cook country, and I cook to eat. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're on a diet, you don't need to be around me.
Now, what is this one?
Oh, this
That's peach pie.
Oh, peach pie. Okay.
Peach pie?
And they're really better for you because they're baked instead of fried.
Okay.
Hit me with one.
All right, I'm gonna try it.
man.
And I like how you have their little pocket
That's
size.
my husband's favorite.
How do you eat?
Oh,
you
ma'am.
put it in your
my
pocket
God.
for
What does your husband do?
He's a retired coal miner. He worked 30 years in the
God
coal
bless
mine.
him.
Oh my gosh,
And
that's
I
why I
worked
was
at-
Where's
asking
he?
you, because my father was from Harlan County, Kentucky, so I knew that
Really?
was your neck of the woods.
What does your husband think about all this internet fame and you being on the Today Show? And
He thinks it's great, but he's used to all this, so it's nothing.
It's like being at home.
He's a lucky
I
man.
fixed stuff for pies and stuff for him before I came up here, too.
Oh.
So,
Of all of this, what is your favorite? Is it the fudge? Is it the pies? The
my
jams?
favorite
let's slide
is my
down.
Mexican cornbread.
Let's slide down.
Okay.
I want a brownie
Where's
before we
brownie?
go. Here, you
gotta
guys
go.
go. I'll get a brownie.
And if you make homemade taco soup, it's
So
absolutely
this is the cornbread
delicious.
that's your favorite.
You do a lot of jarring too?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of that?
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, I hope
God.
we have all this online for people watching. Then go to
Before
today.com.
we came here, I made dill pickles, raspberry peach jam. I made kraut. I made a whole bunch of
Are you
things before I
giving
got
away
here.
your recipes, or are they top
I know
secret?
Dylan's like ready.
No.
No, they're
said she'll
exclusive on
swap.
today.com.
So here's the thing. You can
Do you want your own baking show?
Huh?
You want your own baking show?
No, I don't have a
You don't,
No, do you want one?
You should
I don't
have
know.
one.
I've been
I'm
offered.
going to give you one.
I don't
Say
know.
yes,
Think about it.
Linda. Everybody at home is like, say yes to the yes.
Is the
Today.com/food.
jam good?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So if I talk about arm wrestling, do you remember middle school lunch tables? The kids like wrestle?
I grew up with two older brothers.
So you arm wrestled at home. All right. Well, you found out, though, that it's not just for kids.
Yeah, some serious competition. There's actually an arm wrestling league in New York. And for this group, it is about competition, but there's another upside: building community.
New York's Long Island is going out on a limb. Right arms and left arms, all part of the Urban Arm Wrestling League. It was created in 2019 by Jaren Nixon.
Jaren, what was it that drew you to arm wrestling in the first place? What is it you love about it?
To be honest, what drew me to it, and I'm probably going to sound a little cheesy, but there was a Sylvester Stallone movie called Over the Top way back in the 80s that's like a pop culture phenomenon. It's a cult classic. Once I saw that, it just stayed with me.
The Urban Arm Wrestling League puts on training sessions and high-energy competitions. The arm wrestlers are actually called pullers, and the league has been pulling in all kinds of contenders, men and women, pros and newcomers, including rookies like Leslie Jean-Pierre. She's a military vet and a mom who started pulling just over a year ago.
What is it about the actual sport when you're there at the table looking at another person that you love?
That you want to win.
There's no judging. Nobody's telling you that, oh, I think, in my opinion, the expert who knows the sport gives me a 10, or the other one gives me a 7. I won or I lost.
Here are some of the rules to wrestle by. You have to keep your competing elbow on an elbow pad, keep your non-competing hand on a peg that's on the table, and at least one foot must be in contact with the floor at all times. You can see Leslie keeps her other leg wrapped around the table.
What's the hardest part about it?
The hardest part is losing? No, the hardest part is getting up there. We don't have a ton of women, so you are limited to who you're pulling, but knowing you're going to go up there and you have a really good shot of losing, it takes a lot of courage.
Leslie, let's imagine here, virtually, you and I going head-to-head in arm wrestling here. What's the first tip you're giving me?
Be ready to lose.
Despite that competitive spirit, the league is all about welcoming people with open arms.
I think it's really empowering the community.
It's also empowering Jaren, who is grappling with some other issues.
It gave me focus and direction. It kind of saved my life. Back in 2019, I say 2020, I was living in and out of my car, so I had a lot of personal things I was going through.
By putting his energy into developing and promoting the league, he wrestled his way out of the darkness.
It kind of helped me with my insecurities, my anxiety, my depression. You know, I ended up going to therapy for over a year, but I'm here now and, you know, feeling real good about my situation personally, professionally.
And he's getting help from Leslie, who's now a vice president for the company. She recently put on a demo for girls in the community in hopes that mentoring will help strong girls become strong women, physically and mentally.
And by the end, they didn't want to leave. I think they were trying to fight over who took my table home.
And here's the kicker, Jaren does not arm wrestle.
The fact that you yourself don't arm wrestle but love it so much, that might be a head scratcher for a lot of folks.
It probably is, but I think once they see how passionate I am about evolving the sport, elevating the sport, and the work we do in the community, I think that kind of will give it more credibility.
Because for Jaren, success is the ultimate flex.
It's good.
Wow. To help you understand just how much pullers push each other, help each other, Leslie says that after someone beats you, they immediately give you tips on how you can do better, and minutes later, that person will probably be cheering for you. Competition aside, Jaren's league has donated some of its proceeds to charities and a few student scholarships in his hometown of Wyandotte. Just great.
That's so cool.
I can't help but think, you know, it was in Long Island. You could have gone out there.
I think they were afraid of me showing up there and beating everyone.
Don't take that. Now you guys have to arm wrestle with that trash talk.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It is hard to believe Keke Palmer is only 28 years old. Since her acting debut in Barbershop 2 nearly 20 years ago, Keke has appeared in more than 60 TV shows and movies.
Now you can add one more to that list. Keke starring in Jordan Peele's thriller Nope. She plays Emerald, who may have captured footage of a UFO, which she and her brother are hoping to cash in on. Take a look.
We don't just go for the quick cash in, okay? We go to the most credible platform to do the story.
What's that, like Oprah?
Yeah. Like Oprah, for example. After that, everybody want in.
Well, I'm saying there's plenty of videos of flying online. I saw one the other day that wasn't on Oprah.
I didn't say Oprah. You said Oprah. You love Oprah. Like, all I'm saying is all that online is fake, low quality. Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The shot.
What shot?
The shot. The money shot. Undeniable, singular, the Oprah shot.
The Oprah shot?
The Oprah shot. Come on out, Kiki. Kiki. So good to see you guys. Happy you're here.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations.
Get the.
Let me give a little French moment.
Okay, first of all, you're looking beautiful.
Shout out to Wayman and Micah and Christopher John Rogers.
Yes, he's such a talent, and so are you. I got to watch this film, which had me like both terrified and also laughing.
Yeah.
First of all, Jordan Peele is a crazy talent.
Yes. He is.
But you are effervescent in this. You shine so bright. What did it feel like to be part of it?
Thank you so much. I mean, it feels so much fun. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Jordan, and this is like a different type of film that he's done before. The style is just really unique, but there's always this big, overwhelming message. So for me, I was just focused on making sure that I was able to, do what I needed to do to get the story told.
Yeah. Now, a lot of what's been pointed out about this film, it's about what could be. How does this come out in this film?
Oh, man, I think that's the whole spectacle concept, right? There's something that the two lead characters, myself and Daniel's brother and sister, they discover something in the sky. Yeah. And then they're on this journey, both for different reasons, of finding out what is it exactly. Daniel's character, OJ, just is curious. And then my character is kind of like, how can we get ahead of this? How can we exploit this? And through that journey, it's really just kind of more so an observation of how many of us in today's society are obsessed with outside things, validation, exploiting, getting everything on footage, Yeah.
So, but let's be real. Kiki's in her backyard having a cocktail with her homegirls, and she sees a UFO. Who is Kiki calling first?
Honey, aside from talking to the girls that I'm with, I'm calling my mama. I'm on here Sharon on the line. Sharon, you'll never believe what I just seen. That's always what goes down.
We have to talk about your mom. We have this picture of you all in front of the Nope billboard somewhere, hopefully. But also, I've read so much about how she's there we are.
Yes.
Like how she made you feel like you could do anything.
Absolutely. My mother, my family they've been such a great support system for me. And my mom specifically, she and I both were always on this kind of road together, thick as thieves, battling throughout every ups and downs of this industry. And so just for us to continue to have these new moments, even after 20 years, I think we're just feeling so blessed is the best way to explain it.
I feel like Sharon doesn't play.
No.
Like, I feel like if you get on set and someone's like, Kiki, you gonna do this, and I know you don't feel comfortable, but do it anyway, I feel like Sharon's like, hello?
Oh, no, honey, it's happened before. Sharon has cussed some directors out.
Has she?
Oh, my gosh, yes! I remember one time on the Killing the Bee set, we weren't, she felt like my schooling wasn't a priority. She was like, y'all not gonna have her on a movie about a girl spelling, and she don't know how to read. She was like not playing with them. Sharon doesn't play.
Sharon doesn't play.
And you know what? Like that, I read your Glamour cover story, which was so profound because you talked about saying no.
Yeah.
And the power of it. And also like that you feel comfortable now being like, listen, like I'm gonna put up my own boundaries.
Yeah.
Like how has that changed?
I think it could just get hard for us, right? I mean, especially as a child entertainer, you just always want to be so agreeable. I think, I think it's a part
of woman.
And you know what I mean? I think it's a part of maturing and saying, it's okay to say, no, I can't do this. And it's like a big part of self-love and also knowing that you can give your best. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the way that I help myself transition to understanding that it's okay to say no, is that at the end of the day, all I want to do is do my best. And if I'm giving too much and I'm spread too thin, then how can I give my best? So that really made it easy for me to say, just say no, girl.
Yeah.
But how do you because I know a lot of actors in Hollywood go into it like this could be the last job.
Yeah. Exactly.
And how do you get over that fear of like, if you take a break, that it's not going to come back?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's just faith. It's faith, and that's something that we all are on our own personal journeys with, whether it's a spiritual thing or just faith in yourself and to know that what's for me is truly for me. I remember there was something that Daniel said recently, I think it was a GQ or Essence that he was talking to, about how he had, thought he was going to take a break from acting right before he did Get Out.
Yeah.
And he took that break and then he met with Jordan, ended up doing Get Out, and so I think it's, again, everybody should follow their instincts and know that if it's time for you to take a break, take a break. Just know that what's for you is always going to be for you.
Yes. And do you feel like, I mean, you said in this article that you're sort of in this next phase of your life, where you want to be with your nephews and your nieces, and you're thinking about like your personal life in a way that you've never thought about it before.
Absolutely, because again, I started so young, and kind of it's like a kid that starts doing football, or basketball. This is all I care about. But then as time goes on, you get more interests. You think about love, you think about family, you think about, I missed a graduation, or I missed so you start.
No, Kiki, don't get baby fever around those kids, okay?
So it's so true that you start caring about things that you really didn't, you didn't look at before. And I think, again, it's about balance. I think that's what I want more than anything in my life, is to have the balance of all the things I want.
Ooh, so you're going to show us a picture of that man in the commercial break.
Oh, my gosh. That was a good one. Hope you'll be back tomorrow. It'll be Friday. Another Today in 30. And Romeo Santos will be rocking our plaza.
Nice. It's going to be a great way to close out the week. We'll see you then.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
This morning, we're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, So now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9x13-inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1-inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. When you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven, and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over, and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. And half a teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah, check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings. We're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, and nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil. You get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star, crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt. Our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat, so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down, and then mash it. Boom. Spin it. And then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. There we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today, I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my saffron cardamom granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment-lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all gonna just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one. But don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full-fat coconut milk. And then we're just going to give it a little whisk. We're going to take our full-fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You want to make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full-fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're going to pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm going to make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we want to get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, it's looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence. And then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. 1 more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my spirulina banana smoothie bowl.
Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
Good morning. Heat blanket warnings now issued for a staggering swath of the nation. Hundreds of millions of Americans baking in record highs.
Terribly hot. I mean, I can't handle it.
And the hottest day for many has yet to arrive. The sweltering forecast straight ahead. 187 minutes. Former President